Okay, good morning. Today is September 27, 2017. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be October 11th, October 25th, and November 8th. Those are all Wednesdays. If you have any cell phones, please silence them, and if you take any calls, please go outside. When your item is called, please step up to the podium, announce your name, please, and speak clearly into the microphone, because we're recording what's going on. Items will be called generally first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City in the order they are signed in. Chairman, do you have any other matters before we proceed with the next first item?
No.
Okay. The first item on the calendar is 2051D. This is a request from Counsel's Office for a proposed emergency summary order of suspension regarding Ali Kassam Al-Awad.
Ms. Marsico.
Hi. Good morning, members. Council's office is before you seeking, requesting that you issue an emergency summary order of suspension as to K&A Food Market located at 2402 34th Avenue in Long Island City. The reason that we're making this request is that there have been 4 incidents of sales to minors in 2017. The licensee principal, Mr. Ali Al-Audi, has shown that nothing has a deterrence effect on his chosen business model, which is to sell alcohol to anyone who is willing to pay him. He has spent nights in jail. He's paid fines. He's observed his employees being summarily arrested and dragged and taken by the police to criminal court, and he continues in the same behavior. And that's, the reason that we're coming before you. On January 13th, 2017, specifically, the licensee principal, Mr. Audi, watched as Mohammed Yaha, his employee, was summarily arrested and brought to criminal court, and presumably Mr. Yaha probably told Mr. Audi that he also had to spend a night in jail. And Mr. Yaha was arrested for selling 1 Heineken beer to an underage agent at about 11:55 p.m. Then on March 3rd, Mr. Audi himself was summarily arrested and arraigned in criminal court. He was criminally charged for selling to another underage agent at 11:35 p.m. On March 25th, Mr. Audi again was arrested and brought to criminal court and charged with selling 2 Modelo ounce cans of beer to an underage agent at about 12:05 a.m., which is obviously very late. During that arrest, the police discovered that Mr. Audi had some bench warrants that had been issued by the Queens Criminal Court for sales to minors that apparently had been pending since 2006 and 2008. It looks like this license was issued in 2009, so I'm not really sure where he was allegedly selling to minors during that time, but he failed to address those charges with criminal court, so he obviously has no regard for criminal court either. Then, more recently, on September 9th, Mr. Khalid, a second worker, was also arrested by the police and brought to criminal court and criminally charged for selling to a minor at 1 a.m. Mr. Audi, the licensee principal, has failed, as he's required to report to us the fact that he was arrested. Obviously, the members know that licensees are required to report any changes in material facts within 10 days. He failed to report his 2 arrests for sale to minor to the authority.
Were we aware of his previous arrests when we gave him the license?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't check the licensing file. I don't know. It's possible we were not aware of those
So it
bench
appears
warrants.
there's 3,
Yes.
which I have to believe we weren't, because I
Yes.
certainly wouldn't have given him one.
Yes, I didn't check that, Chairman, but I'm sure we weren't aware of those either. I'm sure he didn't report those in his initial application, and I'll look into that and charge him with that as well. If that's the case, I'm sure that is the case. This would be his, he has a prior sale in 2013, so this would be number 2, 3, 4, 5 for him, so the appellate division would have no issue with our canceling this license. This man can't be deterred by anybody, so we're requesting that you summarily shut this location down.
Just so you know, Chairman, the arrest notifications came in after the license was issued, and they were sent to enforcement.
You mean the old ones?
The old ones, we didn't have that information.
But they did come in.
There was something that came in.
Okay.
I don't have it scanned in here.
Well, check his application. If they're not on the application, I mean, they obviously happened before he was licensed. Questions?
No?
Okay, I'm good.
Yep. I think the most basic obligation of a licensee is not to allow sales to minors. Basic. Rule number one. 5 times here, by our count, I'm surprised that that's all that there is. So based on what's been presented to me, to the board here, I vote for an emergency summary order of suspension.
I vote to suspend as well. It's obvious that there's a clear risk to the public health and safety of our youth with this place being open, given that it seems that he will sell to anybody, and I don't see any reference to the fact that he even ID'd anybody. Is that accurate?
I don't believe you did, Your Honor.
Yeah, so
I'm
I'll vote
Chairman,
to
sorry.
summarily suspend.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move to Buffalo now. The first item there is 2128, Jaspal Mathan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. My name is Joel Daniels, and I represent Mr. Bathan, who is standing here on my right. And to my left is my good friend and our consultant, Bob Heil. Recently, we forwarded to the Commission...
Well, before you get there, we did get some opposition. Is there any opposition up there?
There's no opposition present, Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We recently sent to the Commission by email more information about our store and also about the applicant as well. The reason we did that...
And before you get going, some of that stuff you sent, actually, rather than cleared things up for me, it really created more questions. Now, I lived in Buffalo for a period of time, which you may or may not know, and your client indicates on his application that he goes to SUNY Buffalo, the University of Buffalo.
Buffalo State.
Buffalo State College.
But on his application, he indicates that he goes to the University of Buffalo.
That was an inadvertent error, Mr. Chairman. He attended...
Well, I don't know how inadvertent it could be, because he actually puts the address there, which is a hall that's on the campus of the University of Buffalo. And I know if you live in Buffalo that you don't confuse Buffalo State and Buffalo, the University of Buffalo.
We agree with that, Mr. Chairman. They're two separate entities, no question about it.
So where does he go?
He goes to Buffalo State. He is in his 4th year. He will be graduating in December. He's got a 3.7 grade point average. He's a business student. We also provided a letter from his professor, Dr. McCartney, who praises his skills, his ability as a student. She talked about his business acumen. She believes he has entrepreneurial drive. She talked about...
Well, did he review
honesty.
the application?
I'm sure he did, I'm sure he did, Mr. Chairman. Again, these things happen from time to time. We apologize for that error, and I'm convinced it was inadvertent, because every time I've had conversations with Mr. Mathan about this matter, it's always been about Buff State. Maybe he's got some plans in the future to get a PhD or whatever at UB, but right now, sir, he's at Buff State.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the questions, of course. The reason we sent...
sure.
Well, we do. I hope the winters in Buffalo weren't too bad for you when you were here.
No, I got through him.
Like we all do, sir. The reason we sent the earlier email submission was to explain to the Commission that in the event this license is approved, this store will not only help the neighborhood, but it will improve the area as well. And let me just take a moment or two to explain why. What we plan to do here is have an updated, modern store. We're not going to have any bulletproof glass. We want to take the suburban experience and put it into the inner city, so that when a customer walks into this store, it's going to be customer friendly. It'll have an open floor plan. We don't
Well,
believe that-
I looked at the floor plan, and while there doesn't appear to be bulletproof glass, it does look like that the customers can't walk behind the counter. Am I incorrect in saying that?
I'm not certain if a customer can walk behind the counter because the clerks will be there, but we're going to have an open
So that's
floor
not,
plan.
that, for your information, that's not an open floor plan.
Well, maybe not 100%. You may be correct on that, sir. I understand
No,
that, but
in no percent. If they can't go touch the products, it's not open.
they're going to be able to touch the products.
Well, how? The products are all behind the counter.
No, the products will not behind the counter.
Well,
Will
then
not
I'm
be
reading
behind
your,
the counter.
wrong.
Well, maybe I can explain that, Mr. Chairman. We're going to have an open floor plan. In other words, there will be a shelving throughout the store. It'll be, it'll be set up so that when a customer walks in, they'll be able to go through the shelving and the open floor plan, pick up a bottle, look at it, determine whether or not that's what they want. If they look at a bottle of wine, they can see whether or not it's the vintage that they like or whatever. But it's all going to be open, just like these suburban stores. We don't think there's any comparable layout of any store in the inner city of.
Do you have, do you have the diagram that you submitted?
I have the diagram, yes. we
Can you
have that.
tell me, can you tell me where the customers are gonna go and walk behind and get the product? Because it looks like there's two walls there, and that there's counter and registers. How are they getting behind the registers?
I'm not certain if a customer will go behind the register, but the point simply is that the customer, when they walk in, will be able to walk between all the shelves where the product is displayed.
That's
So
not what's on your diagram. That's what I'm asking you. How are they getting to the shelves?
They get to the shelves by walking into the store.
No, they get to a lobby, in which case they run right into a counter that goes almost fully across the store that has registers on it.
Well, the way we plan to do this, Mr. Chairman, is to allow people to come in and be able to shop for themselves, just like you're going into a supermarket.
Well,
or,
then look at the diagram and explain to me how they're doing that.
This is the diagram that he has, walking into a main entranceway. It's fully open, 929.
There's 923 square feet. Our interpretation, Mr. Chairman, is that we intend to have this fully open, so that a customer walks in, they can walk around the shelves and pick up whatever they like. I apologize if there's any confusion, but we certainly mean to have this as
Well,
an
I'm
open
not,
floor plan.
that's why I checked with my colleagues here, because I'm
Yes.
certainly not the best diagram reader that I know, but this doesn't look like to me that that's going to be open.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Question. Can I ask your client a question? In the personal questionnaire, how old was he when he started working at the Elmwood Discount Liquor?
He was over 18.
That was
He worked-
2010.
Yeah, he would have been.
It would have been
14,
15.
Well, if he was
that a
working at,
mistake?
if he was there at that time, he was working under the supervision of his uncle. But he has at least 3 or 4 years' experience working in a liquor store. He knows the business very well.
Counselor,
Yes.
you're aware that there's no package store exception for underage employees?
I understand that.
Okay.
We understand that, certainly. But he is experienced.
So what's the answer to the question? Was he working there, he's right next to you, so you can ask him. Is he working there since 2010? Can you ask your client?
I'm going to do that, Mr. Chairman, certainly. Were you there?
No, it was, I've been working for 3 or 4 years, and I was 16 or something.
He's worked there for 3 or 4 years. He may not have been there in 2010, but he was there for.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do.
Yes, sir.
Is I'm going to let you withdraw this and reapply. Otherwise, it's heading down a road that you're not going to enjoy. And there's just too many inconsistencies on here. I don't know that your client has been actually completely truthful. You're telling 3 or 4 years. Right now, it looks like it's 8 years based on what he put on the application. You're telling me you reviewed the application. I question whether that's actually accurate. I don't know whether he actually has broken the law or not, and I'm not going to accuse him of anything as far as working in a liquor store when he shouldn't have been, but I think that he probably needs to start this process over again, at least for me. I don't know where the other commissioner is.
Well, we certainly appreciate your comments and your advice and your suggestions. All I can tell you is that he's a very experienced young man when it comes to working in a liquor store.
Counselor, do you want to withdraw the application? Do you want the members to vote on it?
Could I just have a moment?
Can I say something?
Yeah,
May I say something, please?
Certainly.
yes.
Commissioner Hell, I see that there's another licensee, Winkler and Samuels, that has not opened yet.
They did open.
They
If
did
the
open.
last paragraph, you'll see that they opened on 8/5.
Oh, 8/5,
They
okay.
are, yes.
All right.
So they don't have any gross sales to report to us,
right.
unless you want something for the first month.
No,
Okay.
no. If they do reapply, we will send something out to them again?
Yes, yes.
All right, okay. All right. I'm going to go along with the chairman on here, who I think is being kind of generous here, because there are questions here.
Or do you want to just deny it?
I would deny it, yes, if you,
All right, we're going to vote.
I vote to deny.
Denied.
Yeah.
May we have the opportunity to resubmit, Mr. Chairman?
You can always reapply, but now there's a denial there. I was trying to avoid that, but I think
Well,
Commissioner
we-
Ford probably did the correct thing.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just try to explain our
We can
situation.
explain it on the next round. I have almost 100 people waiting here, so we already voted and the decision's been made.
I just asked.
I would
Mr.
just ask that if you do file something with us, that somebody review it and make sure that it's accurate, and that clearly did not occur here.
The only point I want to make, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Daniels, we have a room full of people waiting to
I
be heard.
understand. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Next
you.
item is 2123, Tawfiq G. Ali.
Good morning. My name is Herb Greenman. I'm representing this morning Mr. Ali. Good morning.
Good morning. So, are you aware we canceled this license in 2003?
I am advised that the license, it was not his license, somebody else's license was canceled, yes, in 2003. He had-
But his manager's a family member of the people whose license we canceled. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know.
He says he does not believe, I just asked him, he said he does not believe that that's true. He advised me that the individual, what he's learned is that the individual who previously held the license, which was canceled, is now no longer in the United States.
That's what it
He's talking about-
No, I know. I said, what I'm asking you is the guy he's hiring as his manager is related to the previous licensee. Is that correct? You're telling me no?
Do you understand?
Some of them know.
His first line, he has a little bit of trouble understanding. If you give me 1 second, I understand you're busy. The question is whether the person who is going to be hired as manager is related to the prior licensee. He says no.
No relation to Salah Masad Abdullah.
That's what he has advised me.
Well, where are we getting that from, Jackie, do you know? And your client has some issues with selling illegal cigarettes.
Well, the manager indicates on the end of his personal questionnaire he's a family member, but maybe he's not exactly clear. Is he a family member of the applicant or the prior licensee?
Relatively years. The managers are relatively years.
The manager's personal,
The manager, yeah. His work.
He indicates that he is a family member of Mr. Ali, not the prior
Is Adam.
Okay.
licensee.
So it was just, because that question has both
Yeah, I think
current and
the
prior.
answer might have been equivocal. I understand that, Your Honor.
So he's he's a family member of the applicant.
That's correct.
Okay.
And what-
All right, then we'll correct that.
What, is he a cousin, uncle, what is he?
He's from my family, not his family.
I know, is he a
The
cousin?
manager, yeah,
What- what-
is from.
What is the relationship? Is he a
It's
cousin?
not relations, but it's from, the.
He says that the relationship comes from Yemen, from being from the same area. They are not blood relatives.
Okay.
The other store.
Does he have any open cigarette charges against him the police?
He does not. He does not. He had the charges, obviously, I think in either 2013 or 2014. Those were resolved. He accepted responsibility. There was some mitigation to the case. As I understand it, he may not have even been put on probation. The SLA was made aware of it. He owns 3 other stores which are licensed, and no formal action was taken to cancel, revoke, or suspend the licenses back then.
I'd love to hear the mitigation on the untaxed cigarettes. How do you get mitigation on that? He didn't realize they were untaxed?
Well, an individual came in from out of state, and he left him the cigarettes. He was not selling the cigarettes. He just wound up with the cigarettes.
3 separate times, 3 separate locations.
Somewhere in, yeah, exactly, somewhere in his car, somewhere in his home. But as I said, that.
So what were they, for him to smoke, that's it?
I'm sorry?
They were for him to smoke personally?
They were not for him personally. They were not for him to keep. He made the
So what was he gonna do with
the
them?
decision to allow them to be placed at those locations. The intent was for him not to keep them. The intent was for somebody to take them back, because he would not take them and he would not put them in his store.
So he was hiding them?
I wouldn't say he was hiding them, Your Honor. I would say, you know, and as I indicated before, this was a one-time issue where he came into possession of them through this other individual who came in from out of town. He wound up in possession of them for a brief period of time. The other individual was arrested. The other individual was the more culpable of the 2, is all I'm saying to you. He had no interest or no issue about purchasing the cigarettes, nor did he have any intent to store the cigarettes or try to sell them either from inside or outside of his store.
But they were in all 3 stores?
They were not.
Yeah, they were. He got
My
charged with untaxed cigarettes in October of 2014 in all 3 of his stores.
I don't believe that they had.
I have it in front of me. And he pled on, he took a plea with us on 11/17/2015, 11/3/2015, and 11/3/2015.
Right.
Because he was storing for a friend, I'm not following.
The cigarettes were in the car and in the house.
Right.
We charged all 3 licenses with improper.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. I just speaking with Mrs. Gallagher. There were some cigarettes found in his home, some cigarettes found in his vehicle. Charges were filed against him through the SLA against all 3 of the licenses that he held back then. They were not found, none of them were found in any of his stores. The action I believe that you're referring to is the action which was taken
So how did they
against
get
him.
found in his house? Somebody executed a search warrant on his house?
I don't know that answer to that.
Ask him, he's right next to you.
I did not represent him.
When they come to the street, I was outside, and they come to the house directly. They come to my house.
There was no search warrant or anything like that?
They didn't give me no search
Yeah,
warrant.
he's not aware of any search warrant. They just came into his home.
Well, I want to clear up a word you used. You used the word some. He was charged with possession of over 30,000 or more untaxed cigarettes.
Okay.
That
I didn't know.
I understand it was 100.
I understand there was a plea deal. I understand. I just want to make it very clear that 30,000 or more, not some.
Well, okay. Forgive me for not being specific, but I understand that there were more than a few.
Okay.
The plea that he took was to a misdemeanor. It was not to a felony. The other individual pled guilty as well.
All right,
The person
counsel,
who, in our opinion, was more culpable.
I've heard enough. Can we vote?
Yes.
We got a lot of people here today. Denied.
I'm going to deny it as well. I wasn't even aware of the 30,000, so, but once that came up, I'm going to deny it as well. If he comes back and is clean for a year, I would consider it again, but it's not been long enough.
If that's your decision, that's your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Right. The next item, 2124, PBM Enterprises of New York, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Chester Menken. I'm the consultant that handled the liquor license application for the applicant.
Any
Paul
opposition
McDowell.
there?
There's no opposition present.
Thank you.
Why are you moving?
You can answer that. Why are you moving?
Oh, because the plaza that I'm in was bought by Rochester Regional Health, and they're converting it all to medical. So I had to find a location within Arundecoit to move, and found one, and hopefully you guys will approve that today.
And Jackie, maybe you can answer this question. We have a personal questionnaire from his wife back originally, but not from him.
Or was that what was attached?
Is your wife part owner of the store?
This was for joint.
No, sir,
Who's Mary McGowan?
that's my wife.
Yeah, I think the wrong one was attached. That would have been for joint account holder.
Oh, as the wife, okay. All right, that's our mistake.
So you're moving approximately 1.15 miles
That's correct.
from a 4,200 square foot store location to a store with 4,900 square foot retail.
That's correct.
I looked at where you're located, and there was an issue of a protest that you're going to be opposite a high school, a school in your new location. But am I correct? Where you are now, you're opposite Bishop Kearney High School. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, I don't know how far, it's down the road.
Well,
He's on the far
looked
end
at.
of the plaza, which is not close to the,
I'm just saying, you're as close to Bishop Kearney now as you're going to be opposite East Ridge High School later to the new location, from what I saw. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we do have one protest from one of the four closest, Sea Breeze Wine and Spirits, who just opened in March of 2014, but they're 2.3 miles away.
plus, Chairman, we're moving, his store that he has now, it's going to be even farther away from Seabreeze.
Are all four of the closest the same four closest that you have now?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote to approve. I don't see a problem.
I'll vote to approve as well. Based on your representation, the four closest stores are still the four closest stores. Three of the four of them have increased sales over the last 4 years, and the second closest is the new store, and it's hard to tell where their sales are at this point, but it looks like that they do have an established customer base. So I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The last item I have in Buffalo is 2073, New Convenience, Inc.
What about 27? Oh, that's Albany, okay. 30,000 cigarettes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record?
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Anthony Pecoraro on behalf of the petitioner.
So her mother owned the store when we canceled the license?
That is correct.
And the landlord of this store is her father?
That is correct.
So what's changing?
What's changing is she currently runs I submitted a letter to you previously.
Yeah, we have it.
Bears to tell you there are some typographical errors within the dates, but she's currently running a location at 1310 Sheridan Drive, which is a significant distance from her home. She recently got married, has a baby. When this license was revoked, she saw an opportunity to maybe move closer to home. So the Sheridan Drive location, as far as I understand, has been free and clear of any violations.
How long has she owned that?
My letter, I said June of 16. It's actually June of 15 she's on that.
Does her mother or father work in that location?
No.
Are they going to work in this one?
No. It's going to be her and her husband, her new husband.
I see a discrepancy here. It says that she will continue current employment and devote 40 hours per week at the new premises, but in your letter, it says she intends to sell her interest and run the other one full-time because it's closer to home.
Correct. When that was submitted, that was accurate. In the last several weeks to several months, we've been in negotiations with NOCO to take over that location. and that's why it's part of the reason I offered the letter.
What is she going to do what is she doing now, I guess, at her current license, and what's she going to do with this one to make sure that these underage sales don't continue? Other than just asking people for ID, is she getting a scanner, or?
Yes, we have the new technology in our store, which anytime anybody bring in the ID, we scan it. And if, for example, sometimes some old IDs don't get scanned, we have a second system, which is another machine, part of a lottery system. If you scan it, they will tell you exact birth date. And our employees, they make sure that the picture matches the license expiry date, and they double check the birth date.
Okay.
Anything further?
No.
You ready to vote?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm willing to approve and give you a chance here. You do have a scanner, so some way to check ID. That these type of things don't happen before. I don't know if you saw us how we open things today, but selling to minors is pretty serious business to us. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. I'm going to require you use a scanner, and that your mother not be permitted to work in the store.
Board, you're okay with those
Yes,
two?
yeah, same thing, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Next-
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle, don't have any other items in Buffalo, is that correct?
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany. 2071, Saratoga Cheer, Inc.
Hello?
Is there any opposition in the room first?
Yes, there is.
May we hear from them?
Good morning. My name is Christina Dickinson. I am an attorney. I represent Eastside Wine and Spirits. Pavan Goswami is with me from the store. We come to protest the applicant's removal application. The reason for our protest.
What is your address? Excuse me, I don't see it listed.
Oh, sorry. It's
11 Mapledale,
11
Saratoga Springs.
Mapledale.
Okay.
I submitted two maps of the applicant's current location as well as the proposed new location. The current location is 3.5 miles from my client's store. The proposed location is 0.2 miles, just right across the road in a fairly new shopping plaza, which they propose to move into. My client has owned this business since 2012 and has worked diligently to create clients and business within the community, including the new apartment complex that was built adjacent to the applicant's proposed location. There's also existing housing developments behind there where he estimates he draws about 60% of his business from. So if the applicant is able to move into this new shopping plaza, that would severely cut into my client's business.
Well, that is not really what we base it on entirely. I'm more concerned about what your client is offering to the community as far as services and product line and things like that.
Well, I can let him speak to that.
And before you get into that, you also submitted two pictures, which, because we have to copy everything, aren't exactly clear. What are they of?
There, one picture is from the front of my client's store, looking at the proposed location, and the other is from the proposed location, showing the front of my client's store just to give you an idea of proximity.
Or as a product you mentioned, we carry to serve everyday drinking wine to be like a lower end to higher end also kind of product we have. We have, like, if you count as a boutique kind product, that's also we carry. We carry the staple products too in a store. Plus we offering a senior citizen discount, plus we offering the military discount. and all kinds of discount also. Plus we offering the half case on wine discount stuff to the community. Plus we do the coupons and all stuff during the holiday time also.
Do you do tastings and things like that?
We do tastings every other Friday or Saturday in the store, so people know that too, and they follow on our Facebook page also.
Do you do deliveries?
We don't, but we do on some kind of the older customer who live behind of that new shopping plaza, and I deliver personally couple time over there. They call in and I deliver a couple times, but we don't have like that big delivery. But we are thinking to move on the delivery because we getting new clients for delivery. So that's why that's the next step we was thinking to do the delivery services.
And do you do internet sales or no?
No, we don't do internet sales.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I think that's all. And we have another partner, not the partner, but another store owner, Kane's, who's from the Kane's Wine Spirits.
My name is Sean Kane, Kane's Fine Wine and Spirits. We're a fairly new store, approximately 3 years old. We are.
What's your address?
59 Lake Avenue.
Okay.
And we're in protest of this also. I just feel that being right across the street from a existing store, I know that my business model 3 years ago when we started, if that was the case, there was another store taking care of that neighborhood, it wouldn't be that great of a business model for myself to look at. So in retrospect, I feel that this area is taken care of between my store, Bobbin's store, and the other stores that are in the neighborhood. We do the delivery. We do have tastings every Friday. We carry a full line of products, for everything from $100 bottles of wine to $5 bottles of wine. All the spirits that this neighborhood is looking for. And we just feel that relocating is not in the best interest of this area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the applicant there?
Yes.
Oh.
Right here.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm Gerard Moser, representing Saratoga Cheer, Saratoga Wine and Spirits. We're looking to move because we can better serve the public by being in a shopping center where there is a demand for it. The developer of that shopping center has been looking for a liquor store to move in since they first developed it. Saratoga County in itself is the fastest growing county in upstate New York. Saratoga Springs has developed specifically based on the fact that you have the racing, you have a lot of corporate offices that are moving from New York City actually to Saratoga Springs. There is a huge development. The developer of the Hamlet, which is what we're moving into, the Fresh Market Plaza, has 50 apartments there right now. They're adding another 90 going in. Just within about 200 feet from their parking area.
So what are you going to provide that these two gentlemen aren't providing to that area?
All right, we deal with 29 different vendors. We bring in wines that are not in this area. We bring in liquors that are not in this area. We deal with more vendors than anybody else in the area.
So give me an example of a liquor that they don't bring in or can't get.
It's not that they can't get it, but we bring in just some of the oddball names. We have a couple of Tempraneos that we bring in. I don't have the whole list of everything that we do have, but we're dealing with a lot of the smaller vendors, bringing in products that aren't necessarily readily available. We don't sell a lot of the everyday products like they do. I have customers that actually do go to Eastside for things like Fuzzy Zeller vodka that we don't sell, and then come to us and buy some of the wines that we already have. We're a niche type of store that we're trying to pair up with the Fresh Market, which is a supermarket, which is a niche store. So we're trying to match ourselves up with them so that we're going to have a variety of products that cater not only to the Saratoga area, but around.
How big is your store now?
With our storage, we're about 1,300 feet. We'll be moving to a present location that is about 2,100 square feet usable.
And you're not carrying any of the staple products that these other places say
We do not carry Barefoot. I can give you an example. I bought Dewar's when we opened the store.
You don't carry Dewar's, you don't carry Kettle
No,
One.
I can give you an example. I carry Dewar's. I bought 2 cases of Dewar's in October. I have 3 bottles sitting on my shelf right now. So in a year, I've only sold 21 bottles of Dewar's. To give you, just as an example.
Well, then why do you need a 2,300 square foot store if you're just doing boutique stuff?
Because we can buy a little bit bigger, we can buy a little bit deeper, we can expand in that boutique stuff. We do delivery on a regular basis. We do wine tastings on a regular basis. We work with the vendors to come in and do tastings on products that aren't readily available through other stores. Again, we're that niche store. We're trying to open up and expand. As far as being close proximity, if you look at Grapevine and Divine, they're at the same distance. There are 2 down in the Saratoga malls that are the same distance that we would be from Eastside.
How long has that grocery store been open that you're trying to move next to?
I want to estimate about 4 or 5 years.
And you've been open about a year?
We took it over. We bought the store a year ago.
With the intention of moving it?
Well, we bought it and then we started looking around. It was just easier to move in and take over what was there and then to start looking. And from my understanding, I do believe that Cane's is actually looking to sell and move, so.
Well, that would be perfect for
you. Sell?
No,
Oh, okay.
you're incorrect.
All right, that's what I've heard.
All right, you have any other?
Nope. I'm good.
Go ahead then.
3G Partners is pretty much literally across the street of Route 9. It's just a right turn or a left turn. And again, alluding to what the chairman was speaking to about earlier about public convenience and advantage being met, I'm not convinced that that is the case here, because there is a store right there already. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I mean, everything you're saying makes sense, but this is just too close. It's a driving community, and you're 0.2 miles from the closest, and we just opened one in 2014 that's less than a mile away. Even if you are providing some products that aren't available, I don't see any public convenience and advantage to putting another one that close at this time, especially when we don't even know the sales numbers of the second closest, except for 2016 and 15. But you know, they're clearly fluctuating still. So,
and the third closest is declining. So,
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
All right, thank you.
I don't have any other items in Albany. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're going to move to New York City.
Thank you.
First item is 2062 Coriander Factory.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Rafael Luzon and Jeremy Moyal, 2 of the 3 owners of this licensee.
Do we have opposition here? Surprising.
They have operated at 222 Lafayette Street, a small 57-seat Vietnamese restaurant for the past 2 years. It is, as I said, 57 seats. They have a small 3-table, 6-seat sidewalk cafe outdoors. Their hours are very reasonable.
How long have they been open?
2 years.
2 years? Okay.
Their hours are reasonable. They close at midnight and 1 a.m. on weekends. They actually haven't even been staying open that late. They close their sidewalk cafe at 10 p.m. And this is an application for a class change. One of the objections was that this is such a heavily saturated area. There are only 16 licenses within 500 feet. By standards downtown, I don't believe that that is either saturated or excessive. There are only 4 OPs on their block, including the block across the street, which is Petrosino Square, which has no liquor licenses. We have very significant support from the community, notwithstanding the opposition of Friends of Petrosino Square, which, from my experience, opposes pretty much anything that touches that area. We've submitted 100 petitions in support. I would like to hand up some letters. The letters that I've handed you in support of this upgrade include 7 residents of our building. This includes residents in apartments 1, 2, 3 that are directly above this. If there was the blasting music, as Ms. Fleischer had contended at the 500-foot rule hearing, which just does not happen.
Were there any complaints to the community board?
There were no complaints to the community board except for one instance of loud music when staff was cleaning up. They had turned up.
I'm sorry. You're here for this? Yes. Okay. Why don't we let him go?
You want to let him go first?
Yes, please.
Carter Booth, from Community Board 2. So the history on this application is quite long. From the very beginning, the Community Board had issues with this application. It was previously a Subway sandwich shop. The applicant came, they presented to us, and part of the change that they had wanted here was to create an open facade with accordion doors, and that was clearly an issue for us and as far as the issues with noise, et cetera. And it's very clear in June 2014 that was an issue. In fact, this item came up here and was heard before the full board, and at that time a number of stipulations were agreed to. And then they came back to us for a sidewalk cafe application. We said, okay, it's been approved by the authority. We'll move forward from here, and they had made the changes for their sidewalk cafe. Subsequently, there was in December 26th, they came to Community Board 2, and then the hearing that we're here for now to upgrade this from a restaurant wine license to an on-premise license. And then in April 2017, they came to us for an alteration to correct all the issues that they had changed but had not filed, and those included putting in a window seating within the front facade so that the patrons would be sitting at a table looking right outside the window. I think that the issue here is that the Community Board has been very clear from the beginning what, in the beginning meaning June 2014, what our issues are, and that's basically creating another open restaurant that's adding noise. If you look at the map in this area, you'll see that I think that all the premises on this side of the street are in fact licensed along the park. Additionally, some of the other issues, I mean, the concerns that we have, I just had saw that the premises is offering unlimited drink specials that they've just started, it appears to me, in the last few months, where they have bottomless mimosas that are until 5 p.m. These are exactly the types of issues that the Community Board has
Do you
concerns
have
with.
any complaints other than the one that he mentioned before you got in here?
It has been raised by a number of members in the community, concerns regarding this.
No, complaints about noise. I know there's one. Is there more than one?
I'm not sure. I don't
Do we
track
have any?
those, so I don't know. But one of the issues that I just had come across, and as far as the 500-foot law, when it was introduced in 1993, the legislative intent, I think, was very clear in the 1993 New York State Legislative Annual. One of the two introducing assemblymen said it was very clear: oversaturation of liquor license establishments can adversely impact on local communities. The municipality or local planning boards possess a unique knowledge and understanding of their communities and can best determine what impact another bar will have on a particular street. In this particular case, we've been very clear since June of 2014 that this would have an impact. Simply going forward with a restaurant wine license, establishing oneself doesn't eliminate those issues, and just because they've been operating doesn't take away the issues that they've created.
It doesn't,
through
but
there.
certainly the fact that you don't have any complaints of noise and that we don't have any complaints of noise would mitigate that impact.
As far as
well, I mean, you guys act. Well, they're allowed. You act when this occurs based on conjecture that this is going to add to the noise, that it's going to create noise, that because that's all you have to go on, and I understand that. But now you do have somewhat of a track record, and it doesn't appear, at least based on the paperwork I have in front of me, that those concerns have materialized.
So I'll put forth to you again, and we've discussed this before, the issue is, what would the complaint be? Because they now operate a restaurant wine license, they're allowed to be there, they have an
Noise.
open facade.
The complaint would be noise.
But what I'm saying is that they've created this, and what would the complaint be? Oh, they're operating an open facade restaurant.
That they're creating noise.
But that they're creating noise, but it's within their right at this point because they have a restaurant wine license.
Well,
with
not
an
to play the music
open
loudly, not to
facade.
turn into a disco, not to turn into a nightclub after 10 o'clock. That's not allowed.
Well, there are other issues, and
There is, but what I'm pointing out is they clearly have established that they're not doing that.
as far as nobody has said that they were.
Exactly, that's
But
my
the
point.
impact, but that doesn't mean that they don't have an impact. And that's one of the issues. This was a Subway sandwich shop before this with a closed facade. And now you have another open air restaurant, which we've been, in front of you before regarding and the issues that come up. They have unlimited drink specials that are occurring during the weekends. If you go and look at any of their social media, it's really pushing forward drinking as far as the afternoon and brunch. These are all the issues that you hear about all the time. These are the concerns that we have. There's no,
Where's the next closest Vietnamese restaurant, if you know?
I'm not sure. There are a number of Vietnamese restaurants that are in the area. I'm not.
Chairman, I think 7 or 8 blocks away, there's one.
Okay.
But what we do have is plenty of establishments, including right on this immediate area, that you can have alcohol.
I mean, and I note that,
there's
we had a
plenty of places that
500-foot,
brunch.
we had a 500-foot hearing in this, and there was community opposition. I note that, once again, that the community board decided not to show up and oppose it. They did, apparently, you did submit something.
Of course, we
already.
always do.
Yeah.
I mean,
They did have a resident that did show up, but the ALJ who heard the hearing indicated that he did not think that there would be a negative impact on the community, on all the aspects that you're talking about, if they were given a full liquor license based on what he heard.
I mean, from what I had saw in the 500-foot report, it said that they should at least wait a year.
He did say that, yes, and that's based on what I'm going to ask him about.
And I do know that they had a
Which
resident.
would appear to be some complaints that we never received. So I don't know whether they're actually accurate or not.
As far as I know, that a resident had wanted to be here today, but because the matter had been moved from a previous meeting, that she couldn't be here.
Well, she
until
did
afternoon.
testify, so we have what we have the information she presented.
So one of the main issues here, and that keeps coming up over and over again, and is that all around this park and in this particular area, if you go back a number of years, it was a very mixed area with different uses, including a Subway sandwich shop. And since that time period, there keep being new licenses issued. In fact, previous to this application in 2014, Ed's Lobster Bar, which is in the same building, which has a full on-premise license, appeared before the community board to have an alteration to expand their premises into this space. The community board's recommendation at that time was also against that application because it would create a very large restaurant, again, with the impacts of people moving in and out, again, with the facades.
What's large, though?
Well, for us, a large place is any place that's creates an movement of people and an impact.
Oh,
It's all relevant.
could be 12.
Well, no, I would think that once it starts to be above 40 people, it's a lot of it's the style of operation, the turnover. In this particular case, though, you have an entire block on the west side of the park, which is all licensed establishments.
Okay.
And every single one is looking to expand and continuously
No,
expand.
I'm
So
very
those are the-
familiar. The one thing is I'm very familiar with this neighborhood, so.
And so, that's really the issue, and it's the same side, the same issues on the east side. I mean, this is an area that, not that long ago, again, did not have all these issues. The noise issues were limited to the southern end of the triangular area. Now, you've got people lining up at all different establishments, the movement of people. I know that Mr. Bernstein has represented some of the other applicants in this area. These are not new issues. These are something that we discuss over and over again. And we were also very clear from the beginning. The applicant went ahead, did whatever they wanted to in this particular case as far as changing the facade, and now they're here before you saying, hey, we've done nothing wrong. You should give us a license. And, you know, in fact, we've been very clear from the very beginning what the issues are. And as far as you're suggesting that people should be making complaints, if somebody says, hey, they're being loud at 10 o'clock, they're being loud at 9 o'clock, the response is, well, they're allowed to be, because this is the style
Well,
of
the
operation
response
that
on
they have.
Lafayette Street, which is 3-lane main thoroughfare.
Not here.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with it. I realize
Right.
there is a triangular park there, but it is an extremely busy street. So at 9 o'clock, you're probably right. They probably would hear that.
Well, it actually quiets down fairly early in that area, and that the main patrons and the people moving through there are the patrons of the eating and drinking establishments. I mean, that's where the area. This is where Lafayette actually switches from being northbound, switches to southbound, as happens right here at this intersection, and there's a park across the street, and there are differences, and it's not, if you went north a few blocks or south a few blocks, you'd find a very different set of circumstances. But in this particular area, along Petrosino Square Park, you have a different feel in that immediate area as far as the movement of people, the noise, et cetera. And on top of that, you know, again, this has changed where it's all licensed premises. In fact, we've been before you on quite a few of them, you know, with these exact same issues, and every time, you know, it's this incremental change. Everybody says that's not an issue, but it is an issue.
Okay,
And so-
thank you.
All right.
If I can address a few points. First, I did attach some photographs, and I hope you get a chance to see some of the photographs to see that this is a restaurant. This is not a place that's turning into a bar. The menu will be the same. The food offerings will be the same. It gives an opportunity for patrons to enjoy a cocktail as well as sake wine or beer. As I also mentioned, we have significant support. We have letters from 11 people that live in this building right above us. We have not gotten noise complaints. This is not a loud place. This is only 57 seats.
You have letters from everybody that lives in the building?
Not everybody, but there are 11 people.
Was
that live
anybody in the building against it?
Nobody appeared in opposition to this. In fact, we do have a resident on the block who is here to speak in support of this, who lives right down the block on Lafayette Street. We actually did have a sound person review the sound system. We did put a limiter in just to make sure that the music never got to a level that it was going to bother anybody. And this is a restaurant where we have quiet background music that's playing, and that's all that it is. I don't think that full liquor is going to have or add any significant impact or create any other problems. I do not believe this is an oversaturated area. We have not gotten complaints about noise. The only person that has made complaints is Ms. Fleischer, and we can address any of the issues that she's raised that you would like us to address. And we do have one person in support if you would like to hear from that person.
Sure, might as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Evelyn Wassman. I live at 226 Lafayette Street since 1981. I saw the area change and everything. I am just here to support those two gentlemen to say that I never noticed any noise. I never noticed any special disturbance. The place is clean, friendly, and very quiet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a couple questions here, Counselor?
Sure.
What about these unlimited drink specials?
I'm told that it was just during brunch that they offered a certain number of drinks during brunch.
And so it's 33 seats, but you have occupancy up to 74. Is that correct?
I think there are 57 seats. We did an alteration application, I think, last year. We slightly increased the number of seats.
Okay.
And that was approved. And outside is just 3 small tables with 6 seats.
Could I
And the outdoor closes at 10 p.m.
Go ahead.
talk to council for a minute, please? Very quick council conference.
Back on the record.
Can I ask you guys about, what's this about the garbage? I have pictures of it, stuff like that.
So.
Address that,
Let me
please.
address that, and maybe Jeremy can also. So this, I mean, Ms. Fleischer has been sort of watching these guys, as I'm sure others on the block, since they opened. And this was a Memorial Day. And when Jeremy came to the restaurant in the morning, he saw that their garbage was not picked up. It was lined up on the street. In fact, you can look at the photograph that Ms. Fleischer submitted. You could see bags all the way down the block. Nobody had their garbage picked up. They didn't realize it's a holiday. Because Jeremy knew that Georgette Fleischer was looking around, he saw bags across in Petrosino Square. He went there and he opened it to make sure it was not his garbage, because if any of his staff brought garbage over there, he wanted to correct that. So he went there and he opened the garbage to make sure it wasn't his. She saw him and accused him of taking his garbage across. She submitted photographs in support of this. She submitted a photograph showing boxes of Budweiser beer that she said were ours. We don't sell Budweiser beer. She submitted boxes showing a delivery of something from Baby Apron. That's not anything that has to do with us. And another company that had delivered something to a resident in the building. So it wasn't done. I mean, if you'd like to hear from Jeremy, he can tell you. They have garbage pickup every day. They're not bringing their garbage across the street.
Garbage goes out at night and gets picked up like what time, normally?
They come at around 12 or around 1 in the night.
At night?
Every night except on Saturday. And so after this event, so we got like a control of the sanitary department that came to check if we have a contract with a garbage company. And so I give them all the paper that gives the attestation that we have, of course, a company that take care of the garbage.
Thank you.
What's the, and there's, at the community, I mean, not at the community board, at the 500-foot hearing, there were allegations that they blasted music from the interior of the establishment? What?
Again.
Are you aware of that?
The only.
Mr. Booth?
I've heard, you know, those.
I mean, is that on a particular date, or is that consistent? What's the?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. And what, do you know if it's a particular date?
No, the only thing I spoke to my clients about, they said that there was an instance when, after they closed, their staff was cleaning up and turned the music up, and they told them, you can't do that. And they have since put a limiter on the system so that the staff cannot do that. Again, we have letters from 11 people in the building. If noise was a problem, I don't think these people would be in support of this application.
And then they did do the renovations and did they notify us of the renovations before they did them, the alterations?
I'd have to look that up.
And when was that you did
So what happened was there was a table that was supposed to be in front of the restaurant by the front. So there would be chairs, a table, and then chairs, and then the window. They took the chairs by the window out and pushed the table up against the window. That's the change.
But did you open doors that opened the folding doors?
There was always supposed to be an open front. The question was it windows or the front? So there was confusion about that point. We applied for an alteration application so there would not be. That was approved by the authority last year.
After it was done or before
it was done? It was after it was done.
It was applied for in May of 2017.
Yeah.
And when was the work done?
It was done sometime before that. I think when they originally...
Like a year, 2 years, 6 months?
When they originally opened, they had the storefront was always supposed to be open. It was just expanded.
I'm not following you. So you had, originally the storefront had windows in the front that were open, and what they did was replace the windows with folding doors?
Correct. And
when are the doors open? All day, or?
It's closed, we've agreed to close at 10 p.m. 10 p.m.
Did we approve that yet?
Yeah, we approved it, but we...
Yes. And I think that when we originally came in the beer and wine license application, we actually did have, I recall, community board support. The only issue was they wanted us to close the doors at 9. We wanted to keep them open until 10, and we came here and the authority permitted us to keep them open until 10. Otherwise, we were in agreement with the community board, and when we went for the Sidewalk Cafe, the community board also supported that. But a point I want to make while on that subject is I'm not sure that the community board's decision here is really reflective of the community. It may be reflective of the Friends of Petrosino Square represented by Ms. Fleischer, but
Well,
we
there's
had
no,
significant support.
yeah, but there's no way we can,
No, but we-
no,
but-
'cause
but we
you're
have-
not commenting on it, I'm gonna comment on it. There's no way we can test that, unfortunately. There's probably, I don't know how many people he represents, but I'm sure it's over 100,000. In order to go take a survey of all of them is impossible.
I understand. I think the point I'm making is that we have very significant support from people, as I mentioned, on the
You
property.
do, and I'm sure he has significant opposition, which is the way the world works.
Well, I don't believe anyone from Lafayette Street came in opposition. I don't know.
I don't know if that's accurate either, but.
I just wanted to say a couple things because the timeline here is a little bit skewed.
Well, then go to the microphone.
You know, originally, when this application first appeared, we had agreed with the applicants to a number of stipulations at our meeting. They refused to execute a stipulations agreement after the fact. Even though they had agreed.
Well,
to those
I mean,
conditions at the meeting.
what the negotiations were is always, and you know this, irrelevant to me. It's what you end up getting to. And you
right.
did get to a point.
Right,
So-
and as far as look, the issues in the storefront were clear from the very beginning, and they just went ahead and did it. They didn't
Okay.
care. And then on top of that, and I'll just submit to you some of the pictures here. So you can take a look at. I mean, they have. This is exactly the type of place that you hear. Noise is not just in the evenings, it's at all different times of the day. And advertising bottomless drinks, this is all from their social media pages. I mean, doesn't say that you need to order food. It just says it's unlimited drinks. And, these are the issues that we have. I mean, nothing is quite as it appears with this. And every time that we hear it, there's something different. When they came to us for the upgrade, we pointed out that they had all these inconsistencies with the way that they're operating. They then came back and amended it.
Listen, you're repeating yourself
Yes,
now. We
okay.
got this.
Okay.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
All right. Ready to vote? Or,
I'm
that's
ready. Are you
that's your
ready?
line, yeah. Sorry, Secretary. Steal your thunder there. I don't see that we have any proof of we have no adjudicated adverse history. We do have the issue of the alteration, but that's been dealt with, so that's history at this point. So I don't have a problem approving this to a full on-premises liquor from Restaurant and Wine. I really don't see, there's been no issues to do at all with alcohol here. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Same conditions as.
Same conditions, yes. Yep, same conditions.
So you're in one of, if not the most difficult area of New York's, Manhattan at least, to own a restaurant, in my estimation. And as a result, you can't make any mistakes ever. And I think the only point that I do agree with him on is the alteration. We weren't aware of it, they weren't aware of it, and he went and did it. And it did get approved after the fact, but I can't just let that go. So I would have approved this had that not been the case, but I'm going to deny this and recommend you come back in a year, at which point, if you're clean, regardless of what Ms. Fleischer says, unless she has verifiable proof you're dumping garbage in the park, which I don't think she does have, I'm going to go along with the ALJ on this, who recommended that we do wait a year. He had no problems with your operations. I don't have a problem with your operations, except for that one fact. So I'm going to deny, based on that.
Yeah, I know that.
And you know what you're dealing with there. I'm not giving you any information you're not already aware of. I'm sure that there are people that are watching over you every hour you're open, and it's probably not us.
I mean, the alteration, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. The alteration was to take it from what was open anyway. It wasn't
No, I
a
understand that, but you know as well as I do that the area they're in, if you're going to change the color of your paint, you better be telling somebody. That's how bad it is. And there's reasons it's that bad. I understand those too. But as a result, we have to abide by all of it. Yes, you can ask a question.
I just wanted also to let you know that we applied and we gave the plan of the restaurant before that the construction was effective and completely done. So also that's why that the plan that we were submit for the first community board was really at the beginning of the project. Construction was not complete, was not started.
No, but it had started to the point that it wasn't going to be able to go back. And for whatever reason, they have huge concerns about altering the fronts of buildings. Many times they're justified. I'm not saying they're justified in your case, but many times they are justified with those concerns. And as a result, we have a process we have to go through that you guys didn't go through. So based on that, if you come back in a year, I don't think you're going to have a problem as long as you don't have any problems.
All right.
Thank you.
The next item is 2125, Sunnyside Plays LLC.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant, who is on my right, Ed Kim. Ed has been operating this premises for exactly how long? For 13 months.
So the only question I have, I understand what it is, but why would he want to do this? It's a kid's jungle gym place, isn't it?
Yes and no. First off, let me provide you with some recently acquired signatures from about 40 of his neighbors and his customers, clients, in favor of this. May I?
Yes.
This says, "We, the undersigned, are residents of Sunnyside, Queens, and its neighboring environs."
You don't need to read it, just here, Commissioner.
Aside from the play aspect of his premises, he also does parties and private events.
For who?
You can feel free.
For kids, or
to answer.
you mean like little kids' birthday parties, and this is for the parents to come in and get loaded, or?
No, we do.
I have 2 4-year-olds. I might be heading down there.
Or the parents climbing the walls and stuff.
They can.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
We want to do different sorts of events, not just for kids. We have a 1,700 square foot space, which just happens to have kids play equipment in it. But we also do self-defense for women classes. We do capoeira for adults, adult yoga. We have a figure drawing class at night. My wife does a knitting circle.
And there is a bar, let's call it a bar without alcohol, that's been there, and they have a menu and they serve light food.
So what are the hours? This isn't going to turn into a DJ situation.
No, we open at 9:30 and let kids in, and then we plan to close at 10. Right now, we close around 6 or 7, depending on what event we have at night.
Okay.
So if they have a private event, they'll be open till 10 o'clock at night, not on a daily basis.
But it will be open to the public as well?
Yes.
Okay.
This isn't unlike Dylan's Candy Bar that's been licensed for years, or the 92nd Street Y, which is full of kids. Dylan's Candy Bar is full of kids, but they have a bar where the adults can come in and drink. On his, in the method of operation that was submitted with the application, Mr. Kim basically wrote, "Our space is one room with one bar area that serves as a welcome area, point of sale, food prep, and cafe. The area is maintained and overseen at all times of operation. From this vantage point, all activities in the space are visible and can be monitored. Security cameras are also recording 24 hours a day." So it's really to allow the women who are there with their kids who want to now, in addition to having a scone and a cup of coffee, to also perhaps have a glass of wine. But the main
That just
thing,
does not sound appetizing.
You also indicated there's no employees.
Pardon?
There's no employees.
It's
just myself and my wife.
It's Ed and his wife. But it's also the expansion of the party aspect of it renting it out for people to have an event, and also for the educational aspects of it.
Okay.
So you're open till 10, you want to be open till 10 during the week and 11 on Friday and Saturdays? And you do say that in your application that you want to offer your space for party and event rentals for 2.5-hour time slots.
Yes.
So you're going to be the bartender?
Yes.
Or your wife, one or the other?
Yes.
You call the phone number and Ed
But
answers.
you're not just opening, my point being, you're not renting the space out and say, here, do what you want with it?
No.
Okay.
No promoters, no.
Well, yeah,
private
that's
people
what I'm
coming in.
pointing at.
No bands, no.
No.
Okay.
Well, I kind of think we owe it to all the moms to be able to allow them to have a glass of wine. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. 9:30 to 10 p.m. during the week, 11 on the weekends, no promoters, no, well, I guess you can have a DJ if you want to, but no promoters, no live music.
And just don't let any of those yoga classes get out of hand, all right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay with those conditions?
Yes, yes, sir.
We're done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You hand that to Tom.
Next item is 2058, Joy Joy Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Shamir Mondal. I'm the owner of Joy Joy Wine and Liquor located at 520 East 14th Street, New York, 10009.
All right.
Okay, we have some opposition here, so we're going to let them go first.
Morning, Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent B Liquors LLC at 225 Avenue B, and it's based upon public convenience and advantage not being served by licensing this applicant. The area is being well serviced by the current stores, the SLA, GIS map, LAMP, proximity report annexed as my Exhibit A shows 7 liquor stores within 1,500 feet of applicant. My client, B Liquors, is just 420 feet away on Avenue B. The next closest store is Convine Partners, just 550 feet away on Avenue A. The third closest store is Bricks, New York City, just 920 feet away on Avenue B. An applicant is on 14th Street between Avenue A and Avenue B. And finally, Carnad Inc. at First Avenue is 1,000 feet away on First Avenue. As far as sales figures, my client B Liquors, the closest store, has reduced sales in both of the last 2 years. Convoy Partners are new owners on a transfer being licensed on November 29, 2016, just 9 months ago. And Bricks Wine Shop was a recent removal from the corner of 9th Street and Avenue C, moved closer to this location between 10th and 11th Streets on Avenue B. They have been licensed on Avenue B since March 7th, 2017, just 6 months ago. As far as population and demographics, population growth in the East Village area grew 4.7% in the years 2000 to 2010. However, the estimated population for 2015 decreased by about 2% from 2010, and I have Exhibit B that has those statistics.
How much did it decrease?
2%.
From 2010 to now?
2015.
15.
Also, there's been little growth on 14th Street between Avenue A and First Avenue. The applicant will be in a newly reconstructed building, which was previously residential, but now will be a 7-story building with 46 units. It used to be a 7-story walk-up. The building was built in about 1900. They are completely renovating the building, but it's not new residential. It doesn't reflect any gentrification of the area that requires an additional liquor store. It's been the same amount of individual residences, again, for many, many years. It does not appear that the applicant is bringing to this neighborhood any new services or product that is not already available to the public from the 7 existing stores within the radius of 1,500 feet. The applicant, I believe, is supposedly about 400 square feet, of which, from what I saw, I didn't get a FOIL report, but it appears that it's about 240 square feet of actual retail space. My client at B Liquors, that's the closest 420 feet away and has decreasing sales, is 2,000 square feet. The other 3 stores are your usual type of boutique stores which you find in Alphabet City. The subway, the L train will be closing, and I'd like the principal from ComEd to just address that because there'll be a considerable decrease in traffic in this area for 18 months.
Good morning, Andrew Brookstone, representing ComEd, Inc. I am not a principal, I am an employee of the company. My dad is the principal, has been for 20-plus years in the same location. The only thing I would like to add that I have not, that my colleague here has really not emphasized, is the economic impact that the closing for repairs due to Superstorm Sandy of the L train line will have on the East Village as a whole. We've experienced temporary shutdowns in the past before, and whenever they close the subway for 2 or 3 days, which happens, I would say on occasion, during the summer, during the winter, for temporary repairs, we have experienced declines in revenue between 25% and 30%. Shutting the subway down for what they are telling us is going to be 15 months is an extraordinarily long period. Ridership on the L train is at an all-time high. 500,000 plus individuals ride that line every day. The East Village stop, which is located at 1st Avenue and 14th Street, between myself and the proposed new licensee, is the first stop from Brooklyn to Manhattan and the last stop from Manhattan going back to Brooklyn. It's just a critical juncture point that provides not only my business, but every business in the East Village substantial quantities of customer foot traffic and revenue.
Do you have any idea or explanation to explain your increase in sales over the last year?
I do.
Almost 35%.
I do, sir. The immediate licensee that was just issued on Avenue A, Convive, had closed for a substantial period of time, probably over a year. And there was another licensee.
So prior to them being there was another licensee there?
Prior to them being there was a licensee there. The licensee closed. And
Okay.
there was a period of about 12 or 13 months where nobody was there.
Okay.
And that's the period you're referring to.
Yeah.
Furthermore, my father, who is the principal and who was running the store, he's in his 80s, God bless. And, I've been working there updating product, marketing, the whole gamut, working 12 to 14-hour days, and that has contributed to our increase over the last couple of years.
Okay.
Since the new licensee on Avenue A reopened, which was in December of 16, our revenues have decreased roughly 13 to 15%. So I am concerned that another licensee in the area, combined with the economic impact from the closing of the L train, will not be good for any of the stores in our area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is he your client? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Shomir Mondal. I am the owner of Joy Joy Wine and Liquor, INC, located at 520 East 14th Street. I have so many
exhibit, I show you my file that my representative sent to you previously. If you need more copies following, I'll be give to you. I'll be very
No,
happy.
we have everything.
Okay. I'm very excited to bring a new store or this area close my store, my location, specifically because I seen Exhibit A, as seen in my Exhibit A, the across from the largest apartment complex in my area in Manhattan. If you see Exhibit B and B1, you'll be seeing map of the people I want to serve. This map shows that I have very specific target area without interrupt the clientele of existing stores. One map, just I see the little far one is good, and one map is a zoom in view of my area, and other is zoomed out view showing the other stores. My entire block being renovated as seen Exhibit C to have the lot more residents, business with confirmed target stores moving into in this unit. Before moving this area, I know as Indian community has been because I'm from India and I know my community well known. I wanted to well sell wine and liquor product from India, meet demand of Indian community in this area. The list Indian wine and liquor I will be happy to can be seen in the Exhibit D. None of my competition, any Indian product I saw personally when I visited every store. If you look at my map, you'll be seeing there is a very close to Indian restaurant. One is a Deshi Gali, it's located at 172 Avenue B, and other one is Old Mok, 175 Avenue B. And there is one Indian Hare Krishna temple also, that's called ISKCON, is located at 126 2nd Avenue, New York. Is not too far from my store. The increase in sales of other stores shows that there is room for competition and high demand in this area.
But I don't see that. I don't see increasing sales.
Yeah, B-liquor only decreased 5%, maybe taste is change and they're not serving the real Indian community or something, or maybe mismanagement. I would also like to point out that the population in this area has going up as seen in Exhibit H. All of these points show that I have a good area service without interrupting the clients of my competition stores. How I plan to be different from the other stores. As I before, the Indian community is not being served the other stores. This is something I will do my large selection of Indian product. I wanted to give my customers something no other liquor store currently offers. So I will also have parking lots, free parking lots for my customers. You will be see Exhibit G.
3 parking?
Yes.
Spots?
Yeah.
On the street?
No, in the opposite the parking lots.
Where are you getting them?
Because I make a one contact with them, and I make a account with them. I'll be give them the free parking customers.
Oh, in a parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have very valuable thing this area because they are not, the other stores not give any this kind of chances, and I give to my customers is my opinion. Even though my store is not open yet, I have already received support from the people in this area, 70 signatures, my area, and I plan to, if you see in Exhibit E, I have also getting signature from business owners who support my store, seen Exhibit F. B-Liquor has because their sales is down only 5%. Should not approve, but there also only went down only 5% could be because their sales methods or change the test. They still make $3 million in this year, show that the room is competition in this area. Since I will be current Indian community, the people I bring to my store will not change the people who already go to B-Leaguers. Since I will charging the Indian community, people I bring my stores not, oh I'm sorry, B-Leaguers stores have a 2,000 square feet. Which is 5 times bigger than my one. Because of this, my store opening will not change their sales. B-Liquors does not serve any Indian community as this branch of my service. Convenient Partners, second close stores open December 2016. Only 1 month they make 120,000. If they could make this amount of money in such short time, this means this area room for a new stores. Convenient Partners is service client on Avenue A. Will my store is service the residential community across the street. The third store is Bricks NYC, only 370 square feet, but it still made 416,000 2016, which is more than the previous year's sale. Bricks NYC went up sales 2013 every year to 15, only saw small because of $4,000 is 2016. Bricks NYC also serving different area from my store. There are 4 largest stores street away from me. People living in the area will not walk all the way to my store because it is too far. Sorry.
So your argument is essentially that 1 avenue or 2 blocks or 3 blocks is too far?
It's a little bit far from, because that area is different residential, because there is, 20,000 people live in the half square mile.
Okay.
Carmed INC, who give largest opposition letter of 4 stories, more than double. Their sales 3 years, going from about 650,000 in sales over $1.2 million. Sales. Carmed claim their letter are false. I explained this more on my cover letter, but I will be sum it up for you now. Carmed said because they support their mismanagement, employee thief. This is why they had sales. This reason cannot explain 600,000 increase in sale. If did not manage their store, lost or so much money, this does not mean that a new store will be affected them. Their sales went down because of their way running business, not because of the new store.
You're talking about Carmed?
Yes.
Wine on First? Their sales went up. That's the one I was asking about. It went up 35%. Are we talking about the same store?
Carmed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't go down, they went up.
Yeah, that's,
I thought he explained that,
is
made sense to me at least.
That's when the other store close by was opened. Yes.
Okay, Carmed said it walking less than 3 minutes walk any other 4 stores from my store. But as seen the exhibit I, it is not true. The correct destination will be 2.33 seconds, 5.5 minutes 46 seconds, 6 minutes 33 seconds, and 6 minutes 43 seconds.
Okay.
Carmed said that.
No, you don't have to refute every argument that they said.
Let's talk about you. Let's talk about what you're going to do. You say that you're going to serve the Indian community?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That area is lots of Indian community. I go personally every store. They don't have any Indian wine and liquors, any whiskey or anything. Even some stores said, I go personally, they said, we don't keep any Indian product. Even they keep only European and some Scotch.
So where's the Indian community coming from? Across the street in Stuyvesant Town or what?
In Stuyvesant Town and Cooper, Peter Cooper Blaze. And you see that there is a one Hare Krishna temple also. It's a long time. It's the International Society for Hare Krishna Concession.
So is it your intention to heavily weigh your SKUs toward Indian products?
I'll be use the Indian product if any choice of my guest asking the American or any other product, maybe I keep it.
Okay. Mr. Flynn?
No, Mr. Lynn,
Mr. Flynn.
we've had enough, thank you.
Nothing personal.
I don't care how you take it, to be honest. I have nothing further.
I don't either. Drum roll, please. Ready?
Are you ready to vote?
I'm always going to ask. So I'm looking here, I'm seeing that there's only one store that's increasing, and that's only because, well, we had that explained because another store was gone for a while. I see the store's very close. I guess I don't really see the public convenience and advantage being met here by this. So, plus, like I said, three out of the four are declining, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. This isn't a reflection on you.
Not at
It's the location. You have 5 stores within 0.3 miles, and as Mr. Lynn pointed out, 7 stores within 1,500 feet. I get why you'd want to go there because of Peter Cooper Village and Stuyvesant Town, but there literally are stores every 2 or 3 blocks. We removed this store in March of this year to within 2.2 miles of your location, and we can't even see how that's going to affect the area at this point. And I think, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, one store showed significant increases in sales, which didn't make sense to me until he explained that that was because one of the local stores was closed and he picked up the slack. That slack is going to disappear on him next year. So I just don't see any public convenience and advantage. Even though you're a small store, I don't see any point in adding another one at this time since we just added one. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 2059, Choxy LLC.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. My name is Caitlin Edelman from Elke Hoffman Law, and with me I have Amish Choksky, who is a principal of Choksky LLC. And this is an application for a wine and liquor store in Fulton Center, the transportation hub that's in the financial district.
So this is replacing another store.
Yes, so
What, you guys were negotiating to buy the store and then suddenly it closed? Is that what happened?
yes, so back last year, last August, last summer, this was going to be part of an asset purchase deal, but due to some issues with the landlord, the store eventually closed, so my client entered into a direct lease with the landlord.
Okay. And is Pure Liquid Wine and Spirits open? Do you know?
Yeah, they were open. But they are in Oculus. We're in Fulton Center, so that's a complete.
No, they just didn't respond to our request. That's why I'm.
Yeah, they were open.
They're in, where'd you say they were?
Oculus.
Okay.
So World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And you're only 385 square feet, is that correct?
Yes.
Open floor plan?
Open floor plan.
Is this, Jackie, is this where we opened all those OPs? That was remember the ones that wanted to close the street earlier this summer? I'll get you later.
Yeah, so this will replace an existing store, but since the asset purchase agreement wasn't consummated, the conditional approval that we received was rescinded, and we're here before you for the.
Oh, you did get conditional approval?
Yes.
Okay.
It was rescinded.
And
so we could appear here.
what does he do now? What do you do now?
So I'm working with my father in the diamond trading business, and I also go to business.
You're going from selling diamonds to selling liquor?
It's not as fancy as you think it is.
I used to audit a diamond manufacturer. It is pretty fancy.
It just sounds fancy, trust me. But yeah, I also go to business school, and I'm also studying to be a wine sommelier, so that's going to enhance my bottom line for the store. Primarily, that's the reason why I also went to business school.
So is your father in this with you?
No.
Well, he's an investor.
He's just an investor.
And so he's going to keep doing the diamonds, and you're going to do this?
What do you have planned for the store? Tastings, stuff like that?
Yeah, so obviously we'll do wine tasting, strong marketing, social media, and the old school way of flyers, and hire someone to just stand out there outside of the Fulton Center because I'm not allowed to be inside. Just basically the old school way of just standing out the flyers. And we also have WeWork upstairs. We also have Shake Shacks. So just basically, if I have time, I can go door to door and just the word of mouth.
And this area is really growing. As you can see from my submissions, there's new residential towers going up just a few blocks within Fulton Center.
Yes.
And I don't believe the four closest stores have changed at all since the previous licensee was approved.
No, they haven't.
And on top of that is basically the subway stations also primarily targeting commuters as well.
Got it.
We do have, there's no opposition here, right? There is one opposing store, Nassau Street Corp., which is the fourth furthest from you.
Yeah, and I believe their sales had actually increased from 2015 to 2016.
No, but they're pretty steady.
Oh, no.
Can you just go back to one of your statements?
Oh, no.
Yes, I believe so. We good? Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, sure.
All right. I'm sorry, something just came to me. The first distance is 482 feet / 0.4 miles. What's that, in order to get to D&J Maiden Liquors, is it 482 feet or is it 0.4 miles?
We had 440 feet.
Oh, you can walk there, but if you drive, you have to go around the block?
Only around the block.
Okay, because of one-way streets.
Yeah,
Okay,
John Street's
that's what it is, okay.
I'm ready, Chairman, if you are.
Yes, I'm ready.
The closest store is right around the corner. I do acknowledge that, but you are replacing a location that just closed this year. And you did get conditional approval before, but you had business terms that weren't consummated, so that got rescinded. That's all been worked out now, so
Yes.
I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. It was previously licensed. The area is definitely up and coming as far as development. And you were previously conditionally approved, so I'll approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is 2057 Grand Beagle Brooklyn LLC.
I'm Elke Hoffman, and with me is Ariana Rolich. She's the principal of a proposed wine store at 62 Grand Street in Brooklyn, and I imagine there's opposition.
Come on up.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mensch. I am a co-owner and operator of Pier Wines. I'm one of the 5 closest stores.
And what?
So I'll speak for all of the...
Well, unless you want, does somebody else want to speak? I don't care who does.
That's
Okay.
fine, I can do it. The main issues here are, firstly, this is Williamsburg. It's completely saturated with wine shops. We have several licenses that you just issued, one on Bedford North 12th called Bedford Wine and Spirits. Also Rodus Store, which is on the same block as a proposed license, literally. It She's only had her license for 3 years.
Is that First Wine and Spirits?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. As you can see, their gross figures last year, 357,000. That's year 3 in very wealthy Williamsburg. So I think that goes to the point that the neighborhood just cannot handle another store. Furthermore, you guys need to think about delivery now, as delivery accounts at least between 10 and 20% of my revenue now. So licensing.
Your own delivery or using a third party?
Both combined. And there are many delivery services now, Minibar, Drizzly.
Who are you again? I'm sorry.
I'm Pier Wines Corp., 164 Kent Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
So any new license in even remotely the neighborhood affects everyone's business because anyone can do delivery now, and we're all competing for the same customers. I'm not sure, what is the size of this proposed premise? As I could only eyeball it.
1,200 square feet retail, 2,300.
Wow, okay, yeah, that's more than twice the size of my store. It's almost 3 times the size of Rhoda's store. And again, I want to stress just how close she is, her store. I have an exhibit here if you'd like to see it.
Yeah,
It's-
sure. Cool. Oh, I got it, okay, thank you.
Yes. One other thing I'd like to mention is, so for First Wine and Spirits, their plan was to, get licensed, operate, and basically kind of tread water until the Domino construction was completed. It really hasn't even begun.
Till what construction?
The Domino Sugar Factory construction, which is going to be major construction right there. The L train shutdown, which was already alluded to, it affects Williamsburg just as much as it does the East Village. The Bedford L stop is the closest train stop to my store, Rhoda's store, the other stores. Next year, we're all going to take a hit from that. There's definitely no new service, no new public advantage or convenience. The neighborhood has every possible wine and spirit and liquor that you could imagine. Delivery, cheap, expensive, pickup, New York State, internet, tastings, you name it. Williamsburg definitely already has it. There's a school very close, PS 84, and although its entrance kind of faces away from the proposed premise, its playground is on the opposite side that is very close to the proposed store. I have another exhibit if you'd like to see.
Sure. That we've already dealt with.
And the other important thing is, I was here at a meeting in April and May when we rejected a store. It's called R.I. Park Wine and Spirits. Yeah, R.I. Park Wine and Liquors, Inc. On 4/26, we adjourned that, and then on 5/10, we came back, and you guys rejected it. Similar size.
What was the address of that? That was on Grand Street too, right?
No, it was actually on North 6th Street between Wythe and Berry. They're on Grand and Wythe, essentially. So it's about 6 or 7 blocks from that. Yeah. Yeah. The other new licenses are on Metropolitan, I believe. It's called 298 Metropolitan Metro Liquors. They probably just started operating. It's maybe been 6 months. And and same with the North 12th and Bedford Wine and Spirits. They were recently, only a few months.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Do you want to add anything, or?
No, just the fact that we opened our store based on the development of the Domino Sugar Factory, which has been delayed for 3 years now. There's practically nothing to the right of us. You come in from the Kent Street, there's literally nothing to the right of us. It's just all construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So to address some of the points raised, Our First Wines and Spirits is a pretty close store, and it is a more mainstream store. And as well as the store that you recently just approved, the argument was made that it was another traditional package store serving more mainstream products. The bulk of those stores, I think 8 of the stores that you see on the map, they're all north of Grand Street. It is a very heavily saturated area in the northern part of Williamsburg, between Grand Street and McCarran Park. The wine stores are extremely densely populated, and that's right smack in the middle of that is where R&I Park had applied for a mainstream store, which you just approved. Grand Street and South is much less densely populated, and I think the big thing that everyone has been counting on is the Domino development. It's going to add 2,800 residential units. One phase on the southern end just opened, and there's not the density of boutique stores in that southern part between the Williamsburg Bridge and Grand Street that you see between Grand Street and McCarran Park, north of it, where there have been established residential developments. In addition, I think her store does add something. She is ultra boutique, that her experience has been in working. She can probably explain to you a little bit more what she is. It's very heavily curated. They would not overlap, I think, with any products that First Street sells. It's not even sort of a traditional boutique store. The retail actually selling space of the 1,200, that is the retail level, part of it is an office. So you're looking at about, she said, maximum 900 square feet for the actual retail display area.
What's what's the other 400 going to be then?
An office area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are a couple spaces where we're building out more permanent fixtures, like the counter, the office, dishwasher, things like that. And so that will eat up a bit of time.
So why don't you explain a little bit about sort of the concept of the store, to explain sort of how you're different even than a boutique?
I've been working in wine for 10 years in retail, more than 10 years if you account for restaurant experience before that. For about 15 years, I've been heavily mired in the world of organic, natural wine ever since the beginning, ever since this market kind of began to take hold in New York, which is arguably one of the most important and diverse markets in the country, if not the world. I specialize on wines that are farmed organically and made with either zero or no additives. When there are additives, I know exactly what they are. I work very closely directly with producers. I don't necessarily take for granted information that you find on the internet or information that's handed to me. I don't accept just what's handed to me. I travel widely. I communicate constantly with the producers I work with, and I communicate all of those things to the clientele. So that's going to be our focus, and that's what I have been doing constantly for the last 5 years in my current position as manager of a shop in Tribeca and Bayer.
What's the name of the store in Tribeca you're working at?
Street Wines.
Which is also known as, I would describe it as ultra boutique, and with a selection of rare and hard to find wines that you don't find in, many stores.
So she's so ultra boutique wine, why is she going for a full liquor?
I think it's important to offer a small selection of kind of necessities as far as liquor is concerned, which doesn't mean it's going to be the big brands. I'm not going to carry any of them. I'm going to focus on meeting the immediate neighbors' needs. They need a vodka for their home bar. They need something neat and local to, give as a gift. We'll have a few things. It's really not my focus, and I think there are other stores in the neighborhood that do that very, very well. My focus is definitely wine.
Anything else? Any questions?
You say it's going to be 900 square feet, is that what you said?
900 should be around it, yes.
Because it says here in the application, it says 2360 square feet and 1210 retail.
That's the retail level, and so I was asking her how much, but the retail level is going to include an office area, and
Yeah.
so there's 1,200 on the ground floor, and then the storage beneath. So of the 1,200 on the ground floor, not all of it is going to be sort of shelving and display.
this store, Commissioner Hell, UVA Wines, conditionally removed.
Oh, the Bedford?
Yes, so it says distance applications, location, new address license is also 0.4
I
miles.
believe it's.
It's
they're
moving a block
Yeah,
Okay,
it's negligible.
on the same street.
so it's still.
There's, on Kent Avenue, there's a whole series of stores north between, there's, in fact, if you start with First Wine, then Pier Wine, and then Alexander Wine, there's a whole stretch of them that all run north of Grand Street towards the park and nothing.
Well,
else
he's
that
just
runs
talking about somebody's applied to remove their store and they've moved it, they're going to move it like 5 buildings over. He just was asking that question.
Yeah, it has not been, they have not picked up the license yet.
Okay.
But they're still the fourth.
Yeah, they're going to stay in the same spot.
You ready?
Yes.
I'm looking at every store, it seems like is holding their own or incrementally increasing. So I'm going to go with that perhaps that there is a more of a demand there than we possibly see here, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. The closest store is just too close. We just opened it in September of 2014. It's 0.1 miles away. I get that she wants to take advantage of the Domino Sugar Factory. Obviously, this woman did as well, and it's been delayed 3 years. It sounds like the construction is just beginning now, which means it won't be done for 2 years, or at a minimum a year.
One leg of it just opened, the furthest south.
But we're still clearly developing it, and she's only been there, as he pointed out in his presentation, she's been there almost 3 years, no, it has been 3 years, and she's showing barely enough to cover her rent. And she's literally 250 feet from you?
There will be no overlap with the product.
Well, that's why I asked her the wine question, and perhaps I believe that if there was just wine, but we're not talking about just wine. So I think it's impossible for there not to be overlap. And, with this delivery now being available everywhere, as he pointed out, it doesn't necessarily mean the closest store is going to supply exactly what you need, because they don't have to. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Okay, the next item is 2060 Bab Food LLC.
For a while.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Are these
Pretty
your
much,
clients?
They are.
Okay, we have,
So again, and this is an application for a restaurant beer and wine license at 130 West House. And again, I'll let the
so
opposition.
I don't even need to hear from them. I guess I want to hear your explanation first as to why you need this door past 9 PM. Because there has been somebody there. I don't think they're being unreasonable since there is a door on Houston Street. And I just don't know why the business can't run if that thing is shut at 9 PM.
Well, I think,
Because that, to me, seems like the only issue here.
Well, I'm happy to let them fill in as well. Yes, I think that boils down to the only issue. In the 30-something years that this location was a restaurant, that was always the main entrance. And the layout of the restaurant makes Sullivan Street entrance the ideal main entrance for a number of reasons, as outlined in the letter. And it's not feasible to have one main entrance for part of the night and another entrance.
Oh,
for
then
another
maybe,
part of the
that
night.
may be true, and I realize the Sullivan Street entrance is a little ritzier. But
With the layout of the premises, and again, he can address that. And then on top of that, the only reason that the most recent applicant divided it is because they sort of treated the businesses as two separate businesses. So the juice bar, which closed early, had Sullivan Street, and they had a separate business that was the restaurant on the Houston Street. Obviously, that didn't work. So in the 40 years that this has been a licensed establishment since the 1970s, for most of the time it was a restaurant that used the Sullivan Street entrance. For a brief time, it was a nightclub, which seemed seemed to be trouble, which used the Sullivan Street entrance. And then someone tried to divide it and use it as two separate spaces, and that didn't work. And so now it's been sitting there empty. And so it's essentially going back to use as a restaurant with limited hours. And we're starting out with a beer and wine license. And I think the whole point of their request to have that entrance used is because of the 200-foot rule. I don't think it's actually a noise concern. There's no evidence that when it was used as a restaurant, there was any noise concern on the Sullivan Street side. There has never been any evidence, or there are no noise complaints in any of its history that that was actually a
No, but
problem.
you're talking about a street that I'm somewhat familiar with, and you are going to have traffic on it at times when there's no traffic on it.
There's a restaurant across the street.
Right,
even.
but you're adding to that, and you know, if it's not Lafayette Street like we were just arguing about, it's a quiet street.
I don't think it's adding. I mean, it had been a restaurant since the 1970s using that
Until
exact-
when, though?
Until 2002, and then it actually was a nightclub for a while using that exact same entrance. And then only
Well, I'm sure the nightclub wasn't popular.
I'm sure it wasn't. And then for only 4 years, I think, was it actually used as two separate spaces with a restaurant on the West Houston side and a separate juice bar on the Sullivan Street side. And so, I mean, we're going back to the layout that worked. The operation that worked is to combine the spaces, use them as one, and you'll see, I mean, you can look at the diagrams. The kitchen is in the middle. The Sullivan Street side is the narrower side. The entrance is ADA accessible. That's where your waiting area is going to be. To have patrons come in at sort of part of the night and tell them they have to go where it's essentially the back entrance in the middle of the dining room area and walk through the whole dining area to get to the 8-seat bar where the lounge, where the waiting area is disruptive to the business. And it is not, it's completely unaffordable, not cost-effective to relocate the kitchen to one end or the other. Most long, narrow spaces in New York City don't have a kitchen and all the plumbing for the electric and gas in the middle of the space. And so we're stuck with a wider space on Sullivan Street that is going to be, or sort of has to be like the lounge waiting area. And I don't think it works to have a separate hostess station sort of, and people walking through dining guests to get to the waiting area after 9 o'clock, especially when there's sort of no evidence. It's not the scale
But
of the
I'm
placement.
looking, I mean, am I looking at the right place? Your bar, obviously, as you said, is in the back, but there's also a dining area in the back.
Do you want to take a look at the diagrams? You want to take a look?
No, it's the one you sent in, or they sent in. I don't know who sent it to me.
So you would walk in here in this whole
That's the
area.
Sullivan Street entrance, right.
So you'd have to have people walk through Houston Street, walk through the dining area, walk past the kitchen.
But isn't this a dining area as well?
Yeah, they can eat here.
Yeah, okay.
And with regards to, the previous use of the space, so I think I just want to add that the juice bar was the space that occupied the Sullivan Street. And, the juice business, those guys close at maybe 6 o'clock. They're not selling juice.
But what's your intention, to use both doors?
No, we want to use the Sullivan Street door.
Okay, I guess we have to hear from them. Do you want to hear from them?
Yes.
Okay.
My name's Gideon Gill, and I'm the resident directly next door at 170 Sullivan Street. I'm also the
For how
president.
long?
Since 2005. So I've seen a lot of what has just been described. And I'm also the president of the McDougal Sullivan Gardens, which represents the owners and residences on McDougal and Sullivan Streets between Houston and Bleecker Streets. I'd just like to say the obvious, that yes, this only really comes down to one issue. We're trying to be reasonable. We do, as a neighborhood.
No, you're not trying to be reasonable.
We are trying to be reasonable. We're trying to.
No, they want to be on Sullivan Street. You don't want them there. I don't see how that's reasonable.
Well,
and they're not being reasonable either, so I got to decide.
Okay, so what I'd like to point out is that West Houston, between Sullivan and McDougal Street, has turned into a restaurant row, and I think that's generally a good thing. That all these spaces are occupied, there's a lot of lively energy, but it is also on Houston Street, which is a extremely busy thoroughfare, 3 lanes on each side. And not all times a day, lunch and dinner service, there is a lot of people traffic, a lot of drop-off traffic, And so keeping that people traffic on West Houston Street is a benefit. I don't need to tell you guys what happens later at night with smoking and calls and people congregating and spillover effects. We see it all the time. We are asking that this creates an undue strain on our block, and there is a clear solution here in that there's a door on West Houston Street that could be used at all times. And I have been to numerous restaurants throughout New York City where it does not matter where your kitchen is or where your entrance is. I've walked into restaurants where the kitchen is right in front of me, right in the back, the bar is in the front, the bar is in the back, it doesn't matter. All these restaurants can be successful. I think they're using this just as something to make the entrance on Sullivan Street. There's no practical reason to make that. It's causing an undue strain on our neighborhood, on our street in particular, and we do not want to see that happen. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
What year, were you there when the club was at this place?
Unfortunately.
And that was on Sullivan Street?
It
Was
didn't
that
la-
full, used the whole building?
It didn't last very long, and it pre-existed before I got there, so I saw it end.
Okay. I'm sure it didn't end well. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Shelley Friedman. I am a lawyer who has been working with the residents on the block. I am by practice a zoning lawyer. I do not appear before you on a regular basis. I only raise that because I do a substantial amount of work with Community Board 2. My offices are 2 blocks away from this site, and I've been part of this discussion from the very beginning. This building, this application involves what had originally been 2 separate buildings, the front and the back. They're now joined as one, and you see the history here. But this difference in floor levels was certainly known to the applicant before he took this lease, and I think there's a basic question of due diligence here.
I don't understand the floor level. What are you talking about?
Well,
I know there's a difference, but they haven't. That really wasn't something they've raised.
They did at Community Board 2, sir. When asked why they couldn't use the West Houston Street address, the applicant stated that because the floor levels of these are 2 separate structures now joined off and on as a single use, but more often than not separate use and preceding this application.
Only preceding this application.
Yep, preceding this application. Separate use, one was Miss Lily's Variety on West 100.
Oh, we're familiar with it.
Okay, fine. So, but it was explained by the applicant that his difficulty with using the 130 West Houston Street door after 9 o'clock, which is the only thing we're looking for here in terms of that door, was because the different floor levels made it impossible for him to lay out the restaurant in a way that he could use the 130 West Houston Street door. That was the justification in front of Board 2. And so my point was that with regard to this and with regard to the previous community agreements, which I'll mention in a moment, basic due diligence would have provided all the necessary information that this was going to be a very difficult.
All right, but we're here today, so I don't know what should have gone on before is not really my concern.
Well, the reason that you had previous uses that and this did not come to your attention previously, both with regard to the licenses applied for in 2012 and 2014, was that those applicants consented to the arrangement that the door would be, that the Sullivan Street door would not be used after 9 o'clock. This is a community standard and agreement that has been honored twice by 2 previous applicants, and only now this applicant comes forward and says can't do it, can't use it. Well, there's a substantial record that other applicants before you have made this very same agreement, and we would ask you what's changed. It's the same space. It's the same applications. Why does this applicant now say, I cannot use the West Houston Street door for the 2 hours per night that we're asking for? And again, we go back to this. We go back to this floor difference. If it's all about the difference.
We're not going to go through the floor again, Mr. Booth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody would have you believe that this has been a restaurant for 30 years, but it hasn't been. It was a nail salon.
Apparently it was a club.
It was a nail salon also after it was a club. And the club actually masqueraded as a restaurant, as you're familiar with.
What was the name of the
happened.
club? Do you know?
It was Onyx, and it was actually the license was canceled by the authority in 2007. Before that, it was an Italian restaurant that closed down after 9/11. Unfortunately, 9/11 really impacted our community tremendously, particularly the restaurant business, and he had to close due to the changes then. And since then, there are a number of uses, including the nail salon and the variety store. I mean, this space is a corner unit. There are two doors. The door that should be used is on Houston Street. We were notified on the 30-day notice using Houston Street address. Actually, prior to that, they had incorrectly notified us with a different Houston Street address. Sullivan Street address didn't come up until the application was before us. But the difference is in this particular location where the impact is really mitigated and reduced is when the entrance on Houston Street is used later in the evenings. And earlier in the evenings, the residents and the board, clearly it's not as much of an issue for noise. But the other factor, which is not brought up, is there are also windows on Sullivan Street side, and the applicant also felt that it was I haven't seen the paperwork that's been submitted to you, but they had also felt that they should be able to have those doors and windows open until 11 p.m., that this was something that was appropriate for their business. I mean, there are other issues here, but the door was the what we felt the reasonable use was using the Houston Street door. But and the windows also, I just want to mention, again, I don't know what is before you, but the windows should be closed at 9 o'clock on the Sullivan Street side, irrespective of whatever the determination is that you're making as well.
Do you have stipulations in here otherwise that you agreed to or no?
We did not, but
okay.
But the generally the speaking, it's I think that they were discussed at the community board meeting, but they're not codified.
I
in
see
any way,
what, no,
shape,
I
or
see what
form,
they
so,
are. Okay, I got it. Yep.
And here's the background
What you
music only.
discussed, I see what you discussed, is what
Right.
I'm saying.
And and just to point out that this nightclub, that was a bait and switch. It was very clear. It was supposed to be a restaurant with background music only, closing at at midnight or something along those lines, and it became a nightclub. So just that use was never disclosed that it would be a nightclub. Just
Were there
by
issues
music.
there before?
There were at that time, yes.
I'm saying when you, at the previous stipulations, when, that they would only use the entrance in West Houston after 9 o'clock.
No, there weren't issues, and specifically because the uses were
Separate.
moved over to Houston Street, where, and they're also,
What I'm asking you, so that particular stipulation
really worked.
problem for you, is what you're saying?
Well, it was a juice bar before, correct?
Right. I mean, but it wasn't initially presented as a juice bar. It was presented
Was
as
it,
a.
it wasn't licensed, was it?
Yes, it was.
Oh, the juice
Yeah,
bar was
it had a
licensed.
restaurant wine license.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. It was the way it was described to the community board at that time. Sorry, which was it was previously operated as a Caribbean cafe featuring quality Jamaican food, joined with Miss Lily's Variety Store, which offered a great selection of reggae records and other Caribbean-themed items. And it operated with a restaurant wine license. And in fact, I can provide you with the
Oh,
stipulations.
no, I knew it was licensed. Okay, I didn't realize they were connected.
Those were the previous executed stipulations agreement, shows the hours of operation, and, showing them closing at 10:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. But the big issue was that the patrons would exit and enter on Houston Street after 9 p.m.
Okay, thanks. Well, I just need 3 minutes, and then we'll hear from you guys.
Confer with counsel?
We're back on the record.
Thank you again.
Hang on one second.
Oh, sure.
I hate to do this to you, but I need to
No
confer with
problem.
counsel.
Sorry about that. Numerous conversations with the neighbors about.
We're okay? All right, you get it.
Okay, go ahead.
So we did have numerous conversations with the neighbors about concerns, and I think the community board had, suggested, the issue of windows. We have no problem closing windows at the time that, is convenient for them. So if it's 9 a.m., we will be okay with that. With regards to kind of the previous use for the space, as I was saying about the juice bar, that business, did not need to go on after 9 p.m. If you look at one of the letters that the operators of the juice bar, wrote, he specifically mentioned that it's because of those hours that they had to shut down. So, that's the reason why, we don't think that, that's a viable kind of setup for a full-scale restaurant. You just want to talk about
So thank you for hearing us today. So I wanted to mention that this entrance is not an entrance we decided just because of it. It's the entrance that makes sense. It's located on the west on Sullivan Street and directly accesses the hostess area and then the bathrooms that are ADA compliant. But also, I'm a mother, and recently I did the test, and I went on West Houston with my baby and the stroller. The stroller doesn't even fit in the staircase. You can actually not open the door trying to enter with the staircase. So this entrance is not only not convenient, it's very impractical. If we want to have people access our restaurant, by all means, then once Sullivan Street is the only access that makes sense. And as a customer, if I'm going to a restaurant and I want to enter a dinner and I get there at 8:59 and to be told, I'm sorry, at this time you're going to need to go around the restaurant and access through the back door, it's a little weird and confusing to the customer. So as a logical, yes?
Would you be bringing a child in a stroller to dinner at night?
I maybe not arrive at 9, but I may finish my dinner at 9. My baby may still need a stroller, but not be a 9-month-old baby. So that's a possibility. I'm not saying that, of course, everybody goes out to dinner with their baby, but just the practicality. Like, I know how I choose to go out to eat. It has to be convenient for me and my family to be able to access a space and feel comfortable in the space. Not only that, but as I enter a restaurant, in this case, the design is that the bar is on the first part of the Sullivan access because it's not feasible to be located in the second access. As you see, the kitchen is already there, all the wiring, I'm sorry, I'm not fluent in English, so the plumbing, thank you. The plumbing
You're
is...
not?
Sorry.
You speak better than I do.
Thank you. So the plumbing, everything is already how it was because this was already a restaurant before and nothing was changed even though they changed the use of it throughout the years. The plumbing remained, the kitchen was still a kitchen. So we were able to use this facility the best way for us based on how it was. This is our family business. This is our own investment. We don't have any outsider. This is a small business that we're running. And I want to add to this that we've had conversation with Mr. Gill, and to be honest, I feel that their requirement and what he wants or what who he represents want is a little bit unreasonable because we try to relieve them in their concern. They mentioned the smoking people, and I agreed to have a smoking designated area on West Houston to avoid people smoking on Sullivan Street. And initially it seemed sufficient, but turned out it was not sufficient. Then the concern was about the trash being on Sullivan Street, so I offered we can take out the trash on West Houston. It's not a problem. I don't think the people who remove the garbage have an issue with that, so we agreed to that. It was not sufficient. I agreed to
What are your
close it-
hours?
Sorry?
What are your hours are you planning for this restaurant?
I think from about 9 or 10 a.m. to about 1 a.m.
Is that 7 days a week?
7 days a week, yes.
They initially told us that.
Say that again?
I missed when they were.
Oh, okay.
So initially, we wanted to apply for an OP, which I know you know, and we had the support of the BAMRA, which we had to go still to community board, of course. And before we decided to meet with Mr. Gideon Gill, who told us he would fight our application. And therefore, we thought as a gesture to the community to downgrade before even going to the hearing to wine and beer, because we want to be part of the community. We want to be there for a very long time, and it's not in our interest to come in and actually start it with a fight with our neighbors. That doesn't make sense. It defeats the purpose. And therefore, we agreed to that, and I feel that we've actually extended a lot of options to try to make this work for all of us. But it seemed that every time we offered a new concession, it was just not enough. Okay. And to that addition, I would like to add that he actually also contacted our landlord and offered to purchase the space to develop a condo complex. We have written a letter that supports that from the landlord.
In the abstract, totally irrelevant.
All right. Have you considered use of any security guards?
Yes.
We can consider it.
Okay.
If it's necessary, yeah.
I don't have any more questions. No. If you don't, Chairman.
Raise one other thing.
No, we're all set, thanks.
All right. I'm willing to approve this on a couple of stipulations.
Well, they're not stipulations, they're conditions.
Stipulations, conditions. That's right, you do the stipulations, Carter, that's right, all right, sorry. I think that the door on Sullivan Street after 9 o'clock has to be used for exit only, and I would want a security guard there to make sure that people are dissipated properly and there's no issue with disturbing your neighbors. That would be my condition. Those would be my conditions. I don't have a problem at 1 o'clock.
I needed to shut period at 9.
Not even as a,
Emergency exit, if that's the case, but other than that, no. I mean, I recognize that it isn't ideal for your restaurant, but it also, the building itself isn't ideal for a restaurant. I mean, as you pointed out, the kitchen's in the middle of it. These are things that you were aware of when you got it. It's two separate levels. You have to walk downstairs to get into one entrance, and that's nothing that changed. You're in a neighborhood that the residents have had enough of bars, and as a result, you're stuck with an RW, and I understand that you gave as a result of that, but it would have been very difficult to get an OP to begin with because of the residents, and I can't change that. But I think that what they're asking is reasonable. I don't, it isn't ideal, but I don't see how it's going to negatively affect your business to that extent, and I think it is going to help them a great deal. If they're at 9 o'clock, there's not people smoking, there's not people exiting or lining up or even going through and talking. So that's what I'm willing. The hours are fine. The windows do have to be closed at 9 as well on Sullivan, but other than that,
all right, well.
As long as you can live with that, I don't.
I'll amend my conditions too. If it's just going to be an emergency exit only, then I won't ask.
After 9.
After 9, then I'll relieve the condition of a guard.
Yeah, and I don't need a security guard either, because I think it's a legitimate restaurant. I'm not questioning your operation. I just think that what they're asking when there are two doors and one of the doors goes out onto a main thoroughfare, I don't think is that unreasonable. So.
Is the issue of compliance with the Disabilities Act a concern, given that one door is not compliant?
If it was, then you need to bring that to us. But that's not really something I concern myself with unless it's brought to me. You raised it, but I'm not, I have no idea federally, and council would know better than me.
It could be.
So then you have to go look.
They'd have to send more.
And if that's the case, I'm not going to shut your business. But based on what I have in front of me, that's the way I'm going.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just speaking when council could confirm, by not having an ADA accessible entrance and egress, they will be subjecting themselves to federal suits. There's actually a number of small practices within the city that literally send persons out with disabilities to file these suits. It's an unscrupulous practice. It's not something I or
Well, this is where I'm going to go at this point. If that happens, then and they need to cure it, then perhaps that will be cured. But once again, they chose the building, and the building was not. Yeah, but the building had this. And I'm not doing it just because it was that way before, but it was that way before. It wasn't like this is something that's coming out of the blue. You should have known this was possible.
And since the 70s, this has been the layout, and it's.
I know, but since.
You knew it's possible to operate a one unit, a singular concept restaurant in this, because that's what they were relying on. Yes, for 30 years, this operated.
Yeah, but the last time I realized they were two separate businesses, but the way they cured it was that after 9 o'clock, the people lined up in the other business to go into the juice bar.
They ran it as two separate concepts.
Right, but it was really one. I mean, it was two separate concepts, but they still used the store as a waiting area for their customers. After 9 o'clock, and they couldn't use the Sullivan Street door, they used the variety store.
The juice bar entirely.
Right. I mean, I don't think what they're asking for is unreasonable. I don't think it's going to affect your business that negatively. You're certainly not the only restaurant that I've been to in New York City that you have to walk down to get into. That I can guarantee you. So that's where I'm.
Well, we had the vote then, so.
They don't say they're going to accept it.
They don't have to.
No.
You voted to approve it.
Based on that condition, yes.
Yes.
All right. So then.
And the hours are, you want 1, 2, what do you want?
One is more than enough.
All right, 1 o'clock, 7 days a week. No DJs, no promoters.
No. It's a restaurant.
No, I know, I'm just putting it so that they're secure. Mr. Booth walks out of here, he'll break out in hives if I don't say that. And the windows have to be closed at 9.
9 on Sullivan.
On Sullivan, the ones on Houston I don't care about.
And Commissioner Ford, you're good with those conditions?
All of them, yes.
Okay. All right, then. The next item we have is 2089, that Meatball Plates 2, Inc.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. I'm just here to hear the ALJ did not sustain the charge.
I'll dismiss 1 and dismiss 2.
See ya.
No, there's another one.
More?
Yeah, it's ethics. I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I had asked for an adjournment so that it all could be brought together at the same time.
Which one?
Ethics.
This would be 2065, 2068, and 2069, Ethics Bar and Lounge, Inc. So the one item was at the last board meeting. It was a default, it was held over, and now it's been added to this conditional no contest.
Right, I don't know how that one got to be a default, but.
Did we, that was adjourned at the last board meeting?
Correct,
Okay.
so that this all,
So you're actually offering a cancel and bond?
Correct, and not only that, yeah, I know, that's right, everybody stand here and watch, that's what I just also want to point out the license has been surrendered already. So.
Okay, I'll accept.
Accept.
All right, thank you very much.
The next item is 2096. El Paraiso Restaurant. 2096. Alina Zabala. Okay,
Oh, well, let's just do it.
that's a default, so.
Right. So, based on the past history, and it's the second time that they had a cabaret and a dance license, 10,000.
10,000.
And not having a dance license, I mean.
Okay. Next item is 2063, The Fifth Elephant LLC.
Should we start with the opposition?
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. We don't have the easel?
Yeah, we do.
So
No community board here? Oh, okay.
we'll step aside.
Hi, my name is Yim Boyd. I'm with the Elias Dwellers, and we're here to oppose this new liquor license for Fifth Elephant. I don't know if you received this in time, but we have a letter from the elected officials.
Yeah,
in
no, we
support of
have it.
Okay, thanks. And I think you received all of our package of.
Yeah, I just do find it, we got a lot of stuff from you all, studies and.
Well, our area is very problematic. If you
No, I'm leading to something here, is that we, and I'm just going to confirm that I'm correct about this. This is a 500-foot case, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And we had a hearing?
Yeah.
Did you all show up at the hearing?
We submitted. We were away, but we
So-
submitted.
We had a judge there, we have this hearing for you.
Yes.
And for your community board,
I-
in order to object, and now we're going to do it all again in front of me.
No, I agree. We shouldn't do that. We submitted.
Well, you never show up.
We submitted the 500-foot.
I get that, but nobody ever shows up.
We agree, our community board doesn't show up to any of those hearings.
You don't either.
Community
Your
board-
people don't either.
We do, in the past, we haven't had a 500-foot in a very long time.
Well, going, at some point,
Yes.
if a license comes in front of me, that you had an opportunity to testify at a 500-foot hearing, and then you want to do it here, and didn't take the opportunity to do it there when we had people waiting to hear you and take down what you said, you're not going to be able to do it here.
Yeah, that's what we submitted, and.
Submitting's not sufficient.
We were told in the past.
This
that-
law was set up
Yes.
for your groups and community boards to come in and actually testify and tell us what the issues are so that I can read them beforehand. and I don't have to go back and forth. And nobody, you don't take advantage of it. Well, at some point, it's going to end.
Yes, so what I'm saying is we've asked the community board to show up, unlike community board 2 always shows up, you know that. We don't have that situation, unfortunately.
Okay, go ahead.
So my point, that's why we wrote it, we met.
I mean, you took the time to send us and draft 75 pages. Someone couldn't have took an hour to come testify?
I was aware with my children, we're all volunteers. We don't have, we're not lawyers,
that.
we're not lobbyists, we're families, we have small businesses, we work full-time. This is because our community has become basically unlivable. I mean, I would love to show up, I'm not being paid to show up.
Let's go to the license.
So, I mean, I think that everything is pretty clear that this is a 500-foot case. This is the most saturated area at one time, the former chairman said, if not the world. The conditions are unlivable at this point. Continuing to license this area is not in the best interest of this community. We need anything but, and when you haven't licensed, we've gotten new things in the community. We've gotten galleries, we've gotten like a health food store, we've gotten other things, and it's possible to shift this community, and increasing or maintaining licenses does not in any way benefit this community at all at this point. I'm not going to I hope you read my stuff. We wrote, I'm not going to regurgitate it. I think it stands very clearly what the community board wrote, what the elected official says, to please stand with the community on this. Like, we do not need any more licenses in this area at this time, and adding a 2-floor karaoke club is not a public benefit. And even if they do argue that it's going to be half sober, it's still 2 floors of a licensed space. And there's no guarantee that, and also there's enough proof that, the sober part is not a public benefit to everyone, and like a half a sober bar. A full sober bar might be great in our neighborhood, but a half a sober bar doesn't necessarily help. And I'm happy to make sure that we, push and lean on the community board to be at 500-foot hearings from here on out. It's just very hard. We're just regular people.
You sat here all day.
I know, but I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I'm not even going to be able to see my daughter's volleyball game today.
Well, then somebody show up at the 500-foot hearing. We have it all in writing and on tape.
Okay, and I agree with you, and I will try to work harder, but it's very hard when people have children and other things and work full-time. So I hope you'll take that in consideration, that we're not paid. We're just do this as volunteers.
I'm fully aware of that. Okay. But you wouldn't have to sit there all day. That's the other aspect, because you could schedule it. Why don't we let them go? Thank you. So you have no issue with this particular operator, you have issues with any more licenses happening?
No, as we presented in our thing, we have enough karaoke bars. We don't need another karaoke bar in this area. We have more than enough, so
okay, so there's nothing about this particular licensee that it's just the fact you don't want another one?
Well, they're adding another bar to a new additional bar, if I'm correct.
The person operating it I'm talking about.
I don't think this is...
you guys never even got into that, did you?
We did get into it. At the community board, twice it was heard. They did go into it. I mean, I think she isn't, doesn't have any experience, but I don't know if that's, counts as a, to discount someone. But I don't think this is going to benefit the community. We already have enough karaoke bars. We have enough places to drink. This is not in the best interest of this community.
Okay, thank you.
This is a transfer of an existing on-premises liquor license. It's not adding another licensed premises to the neighborhood. If you guys could please introduce yourself.
No, I'm aware of that, and they made that clear in their presentation, their written submissions, that they would like one less.
Good afternoon. I'm Corinne Elgai. I'm a principal with the company, with the Fifth Elephant.
I'm Edouard Gav, also a principal with the company.
And you are?
I'm the contractor on the job, and I specialize in soundproofing.
Okay.
Your name, David?
David Ellis. I own Ellis Island Design.
This is the location as we see it, as we envision it. These are the exact plans that were submitted to you. Karen, you want to walk us through this?
Sure. So this is the main entrance on Mulberry Street. We have two separate entrances divided by the residential business lobby. This side, we would kind of base it on the design of Baby Grand, which is an existing karaoke bar in Soho, which is a walk-in karaoke bar. Everybody is welcome to come in, sign up for a song, get a drink. It's not a private room and you can't reserve it. And the other side will be a sober side that doesn't have a physical bar. There will be a runner giving drinks from the side.
I'm probably blocking it.
From the kitchen, the non-alcoholic drinks will be available throughout the bar. We don't plan on having the basement floor open to the public. It's only for pre-reserved private events, for corporate events and such. So I think this will do good to the community because we are reducing the alcohol consumption for this license. The
Space of what's being license we're reducing.
Yes, and the current bar, they clarified to us that if we plan on not buying it due to the liquor license contingency, that they
Not,
remaining.
it's not important. Show us how a sober patron is able to have a drink there or not have.
So, we actually, I'm in recovery. I hope to celebrate 4 years sober next month. And I absolutely love karaoke. I know that a lot of people in my community enjoy it as well. But when I've invited them to the existing bars, sadly, there's a wall of alcohol in front of their face. And what might be easier for me is not easier for the other recovering alcoholic. So we wanted to open an all-inclusive bar. People can walk from one side to the other with drinks. That's why we're not limiting the area out, so that people can party together. But we do plan on having different glassware for the non-alcoholic drinks and alcoholic drinks, so that there won't be any mistakes of somebody picking up something that they shouldn't.
The other issue which Corinne has explained to me, and of course, I'm not a recovering alcoholic, but what has been explained to me is that sober karaoke bars tend to isolate people.
Yeah.
Which you
I
can't
mean, sadly, if the bar was completely sober, first of all, I don't think we could run it as a profitable business. We do count on the bar side to cover the cost for the other side.
But they can take a drink to the sober side, is that what you're saying? They can take a drink to the sober side.
But the glassware will be different enough to avoid any mishaps. And there'll also be a different stamp in the doorway. There will be 21 and up only. We don't plan on admitting anybody under drinking.
That was going to be my next question. So 21 and only, period.
Period, we plan on carding at the door, and there will be a specific stamp depending on which side you plan to go into. We hope to hire a fully sober staff, so that if someone in a moment of weakness or whatever day they're going through chooses to go from the sober side to the alcoholic side and buy a drink, they will be faced with, are you sure you want to do that? We're not in the business of keeping anybody sober, but we do want to make sure that sober people have a safe space that they can come, have fun with their drinking friends or not. Yeah.
Can you explain what goes on during the day?
Oh, during the day we hope to we're already in touch with Intergroup, which is the AA in New York City, about using the space for AA meetings during the day. We plan on also having a clothing swap quarterly that the remaining clothes will go as a donation to the bar in the area.
The other thing about this that makes it particularly sweet for Corinne and Edward is that this is not, believe it or not, this is actually an affordable rent. We're assuming the existing lease, it's not a crazy rent lease. This isn't a place that has to have people drinking heavily. We have the luxury of taking nearly half of the space and saying no alcohol. We don't need to derive the income from it because our rent is $8,000.
Yeah.
Rent is very low for the neighborhood, and it's a perfect fit for what we're doing. There is some concern about karaoke, and if you could address it, Mr. Ellis, it would help me out.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. I'm Dave Ellis, and I own Ellis Island Design, which is a construction company that specializes in soundproofing. So I've built countless music studios in New York, movie studios, TV studios, mastering studios, and so they're hiring me essentially to come in and outfit this bar the same way that I would any studio, with using all of these products. And I can, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you these pamphlets showing you some of the products we would be putting in, if that's okay.
Yep.
So I've been, like I said, I've been building music studios. And a lot of them have been very successful. One of them won a Grammy for a band called the Foo Fighters, which is probably one of the loudest bands in the United States, and you couldn't hear them from one room to the next. The record was successful. So I plan on building this, or outfitting this place, as basically a bubble. So one room won't be able to talk to the next, and you won't be able to hear them upstairs. You won't hear them outside. I can make this place essentially non-existent. No one will even know it's there. Some of the things that you see there, quiet rock, put a couple layers of Quiet Rock together, double those up, put green glue in between them, which turns sound into heat. All the insulation I would use, the same stuff that we would use in any recording studio. I plan on putting in insulation into the ductwork, lining it with acoustical insulation so that the sound doesn't travel even from one room to another, let alone go upstairs to the neighbor or outside the doors. Even the front door, we would put a vestibule so that you would exit through one door, it would close behind you before you even got to the front door. So I'm quite confident that I can silence this place, like I've done countless bars, restaurants, and especially studios, and home studios.
And you're going to do the whole first and second floor?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there, and I've looked at what they have already, and I already have an idea on what I need to do in there.
How loud does karaoke need to be? Speaking as a bass player,
Okay.
how loud does karaoke need to be?
It doesn't need to be that loud.
I wouldn't think so.
No. Yeah. But even from, because there's going to be several different rooms, so that there could be more than one person performing at once, and have small groups of their friends in separate rooms. So it'll be my job to separate those rooms and decouple everything, so one room can't hear the next one,
So
let
I'm
alone.
looking at that diagram, your diagram, what rooms? Where are the rooms?
There's one private room in the back.
Yep.
And we count the basement entirely as its own private room since it's only going to be used when it's rented out for events.
And in the two bar areas, I see stages.
There's 2 stages here.
So what I'm.
1, 2, 3, 4 areas, basically.
So I'm including the ceilings in this as well. So the ceiling of the basement and the ceiling.
Who are all these people? What would you do, empty the neighborhood? Yeah. Are they all with you, or are they?
We're closing the liquor store.
So aside from alcoholics and recovery, we want to be all-inclusive for everybody, whether not drinking for different reasons, pregnant, Muslim, any other reason not to drink. So these are people who showed up in support of our concept. Do they live? They're the ones who didn't have.
Who,
If you want, they can address you, but I don't really think you want.
I don't want them. How many people what are we looking at as far as customers total in the place at one time, yeah?
I believe 41 in the top floor and 41 in the basement.
Okay.
I think that's what it's.
Let me get the CFO, just to be exact.
And the hours?
4 p.m. to 1, I believe.
Yes, we adopted the hours of the prior applicant. That was a stipulation they had with the community board, and it was done out of respect for the neighbors. 1 o'clock is a very reasonable hour, I think.
Of course you do.
Well, you've got 60 persons total.
60, not 80.
No, I'm sorry. 60 on one floor, 85 on the other, 145 total. 145.
Is there a letter from the elected official?
The number I gave you was the number of seats.
I don't know. I think all 3. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
The issue of experience, Edward actually was the general manager at, please say it, because I can't say it.
Sorry, no,
The
I
fancy
was-
French restaurant.
Circle Rouge.
Beverage manager at Circle Rouge, yes.
Which is Tribeca?
Yes, unfortunately, it closed down recently. But yes, I was a beverage manager there for a short while. And yes, and we do have a lot of people in the karaoke world that are very.
Well, they can all come up and put their name on. I don't want them to feel like they sat here for nothing.
Let them come up.
So
Everybody come up at once.
Should we break into song?
No, we'll pass on that. Because if you haven't heard, Commissioner Ford, and he'll be the first to tell you, he's in a band, and he's liable to break into song too, so we're gonna,
Really, you want to?
yeah, just put your name on the record for us.
Hi, my name is William Habecker. I'm here in support of Fifth Elephant.
Hi, I'm Christian Rocha, here to support the Fifth Element.
or elephant.
Hi, my name is Amal Masmoud, and I'm here to support the fifth elephant.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marsha Pugachevsky, and I'm here to support the fifth elephant.
Good afternoon, I'm Danielle Follett. I'm here to support Fifth Elephant.
Good afternoon, I'm Joseph Serrano, and I am here to support Fifth Elephant.
Good afternoon, I'm Michael Follett. I'm also here to support the Fifth Elephant.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nastasia Balai-Kopis, and I'm here to support the Fifth Elephant.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Any questions?
I just add a couple things just quickly. At the
Yes.
community board meeting, we submitted nearly 200 signatures of neighbors in support of this application, actual residents within a 2-block radius. We also went to the community board twice. This is unfortunate, but in the April meeting, the subcommittee, we lost by 1 vote. We brought it back to the May committee, and those 3 of those positive votes for us weren't at that meeting, and we again lost by 1 vote. So it just wasn't meant to be at the community board, it was that close.
Do we have any, when did the place close that was here before?
Hasn't.
Oh, it's still there? And do we have anything on them?
You did up until You never spoke about the Juice Box Heroes either.
About what?
Juice Box Heroes.
This oversight.
Right, I know, but you might want to go into a little detail about that, or?
I'm very excited about it. So, as I explained earlier, the sober side, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. The alcoholic side will be called Mini Rex, and the sober side will be named Juice Box Heroes. I plan on hosting AA meetings during non-operating hours. Am I repeating myself? Did I mention that already?
Yes.
What parts am I forgetting from my nervousness?
Just to describe the menu.
Nothing?
Oh, well, the mocktail menu, sorry.
What was it, though?
Bunch of different stuff.
Okay.
Failure to comply. Performed application, comply, display license, block exits.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
Oh, it's all
No.
good. So we came together with a bartender that's been sober for quite some time now, but has been a bartender for over 16 years, who built a beautiful mocktail menu for us. For me, when I go out, the usual problems is that non-alcoholic drinks are way too sweet. So we put together a very good, in my opinion, mocktail menu. And we, as I said earlier, the non-alcoholic beverages will be distributed throughout the bar. Food options are available throughout the bar. And as Frank mentioned, the rent is low enough for us to not have to push drinks upon anybody that's should have been cut off or doesn't want to drink any more than they
No need for
initially
specials and
intended.
things like that.
Yeah, and we don't, no happy hour, no drink specials.
Okay.
Any other questions, Chair?
No,
I had my concerns about this, but anybody want to get that? All right.
Oh, it's not my people.
The fact that it was 2 stories, but the fact that one's in the basement, that you're going to, seems like a suitable conditions here to address soundproofing, so it doesn't annoy the neighbors. I'm going to go along with what the ALJ said, that you have met the burden of proof. So I'm willing to approve, but on the condition, some here at the conditions, he said, number 1, instead of 12, he says, instead of 1 o'clock closing, he says 11. I'm willing to go to midnight. Well, he says 11 p.m. weekdays and midnight Friday and Saturday. I'm willing to go to midnight every night.
You don't know if that's going to work, but.
It's an hour
Would that be
difference.
something we can reconvene on in the
Yes,
future
yes.
after some time?
You can always come back. Things are going well and there's not a problem, then we'll see how it goes. No live music, aside from karaoke, of course. if you want to call that music.
It's not. Shots fired.
I didn't mean that like it sounded.
Yes, you did.
I'll take it, I don't care. Yeah, under those conditions, I'm willing to approve.
Yeah, the ALJ was very favorable to this and recommended that we do issue the license with conditions, which is actually says something, given that this is without question a difficult neighborhood to get a license in, and he is not one that hands out these recommendations lightly. And there was a lot of, at least, submissions made to him in opposition to your idea. I think the idea is interesting. I don't know whether it's actually, I'm certainly no expert on alcoholism, but it clearly is an interesting idea. I agree with Commissioner Ford. I think that as long as the hours are what he proposed and the soundproofing is required as part of the application, and no lines outside, and do everything you can to keep the people moving away from you as they leave the premises, I'll vote to approve under Commissioner Ford's conditions.
May I ask one thing? I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford, could you restate the hours, just for me, so I'm clear?
I said 12, 7 days a week.
12, 7
Midnight,
days a week.
yes.
And then required that Mr. Ellis Island put the soundproofing in.
That's fine, that's fine, trust me. Thank you.
Come back in a year.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Take care.
good luck.
Next item will be 2078, Halsey Bar and Grill LLC.
It's not us. No, it's not.
So are you Althea Bonner?
I'm Althea Bonner.
Okay. So you're, you run a daycare now?
Yes, I run a
Daycare to a liquor store?
No, not a liquor store, restaurant.
Restaurant, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So this isn't a 500-foot case, and we got nothing from the community board one way or the other, although we do have objections from Church of God, Flatlands, Flatbush Civic Group, H1 East 45th Street Block Association, 46ers Block Association, 43rd Street Block Association. And I think that's it. Are any of them here? No.
That church is on the corner, correct? If I looked at,
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm Daphne Supri, I am her attorney.
sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you.
That's okay. So the church is it's not exclusive, the building is not being used exclusively as a church.
There's apartments in it too.
I
There are
think we've
apartments in it, that's
confirmed that,
correct.
and
Okay.
we actually question whether the church is even there right now, is it?
Don't see
Well,
no
the sign is on there, so I'm not sure whether they're operating.
Okay. But there's definitely rental apartments above it.
Yes. So it appears that the concerns of the opponents are that this is going to be a club with loud music. This is going to be.
Where did they get that idea?
Well, I think there's a venue down the block that they.
Well,
they
you have a
issues
DJ.
with.
Anytime I see someone come in with a restaurant with a DJ, I assume it's going to be a club at some point. Most restaurants that I go and eat in, and there are a wide variety of them, don't have DJs.
Lots of restaurants I personally go to have DJs. In fact.
And
when
at
I
10
ask-
o'clock, they turn into something other than a restaurant.
No.
You've never seen that.
Well, I have seen that, but that's not always the case.
Not always, but
If you see the floor plan, the place holds 45 people tightly. The goal is, the vision is to have a restaurant. If you look at the diagram, across the street from the proposed venue is a corporate office of a Verizon. There's absolutely no restaurants around there. She's looking to take on the opportunity to serve them. So they will be open for lunch. There's also a Cablevision corporate office down the block as well. So the goal is not to have a club. In fact, Ms. Bonner, as you know, has a daycare center license that she has to keep really clean to continue that business, and she has done so for the last 7 years and looks forward to continuing to do so.
What are the hours going to be?
It's going to be from noon for the lunch hours until, I guess, 4 a.m. on the weekends.
And
7 days? Or you said weekends?
On the weekends. You know, the new way of that now is that the alternative to clubs and bars are restaurants.
One issue here is that the back of your restaurant abuts someone's home. Is that correct?
You said what? The back of the restaurant is in someone's home.
The back, it goes right up to somebody's house, and it looks like it does to me too. It looks like there's a big tree there, and then it goes right to somebody's house. Is that going to be used at all in the back?
The yard space, you mean?
Yes.
That, like if someone wants to smoke?
Yeah. But not for people to dine?
Oh, no,
or
no,
nothing like that?
Where was the DJ going to be playing? I didn't see any delineation as to where the DJ.
Well, it's not like, I wasn't thinking like DJ, like full equipment, maybe someone with a laptop and, you know, like a little speaker or something, or connected to our surround sound speaker, but not a DJ
not-
station. No, there's no DJ station.
And do you have anything to do with Aura Bar?
No.
And is that open still?
I have no idea. I think not, but I'm not sure.
You're going to have security?
Yes, yeah, because I just want to make sure that people are carded the right way coming in also, and then
Is that a change?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think your application said no security.
Yes, at the time we submitted the application, she didn't think she needed security because of the restaurant, but she has since thought that she wants it.
Do you have any experience in the restaurant business?
a little. I had a small ice cream store, which required me to, you know.
You have a liquor license?
No.
It's Miss Surprise?
Surprise.
Am I getting that right? Have you ever had a liquor license?
Yes.
What location?
North Shore and Halsey.
What's it called?
That's one that we just canceled, if I remember
Yes.
correctly. Is that
But-
correct?
Yes, but I am here as an attorney.
I understand. I just
Okay.
wanted to.
Do you have anything to do with this?
No, I'm an attorney.
I heard you the first time.
That's the hat I'm wearing
But there's
today.
many attorneys that have other jobs.
No.
Did she invest any money in your business?
No.
Will you have anything to do with the business other than being her attorney?
No.
No.
In fact, I just picked up a liquor license for another client. That's my practice area.
Okay.
The DJ, my concern is that you got homes all around the back and stuff like that, and I don't want to see them disturbed. What are your hours again? I'm sorry. How late do you want to be open?
From 12 a.m. to, on a daily basis or on the weekend too? You want me to split it up?
You tell me.
Well, I figure Monday through Friday. I'm just going 7 days because I don't know how it's going to go. So I'm going to find out which area is good for me. If I have to close a day because it makes no sense to be open, I'm willing to do that also. But I'm just going to say 7 days, Monday through Thursday, from 12 a.m. till about 1.
12 p.m.
12 p.m., sorry, 12 p.m. till about 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And on the weekends, maybe extend the hour or two, you know.
I tell you what, I'm willing to approve. I'll give you 12 to 1 during the week and 12 to 2 on Friday and Saturday. How's that?
Okay.
He's got
Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday
2
through
1
Thursday, 12 to 1, and 12 to 2 on Fridays and Saturdays.
And she can always come back if her business requires differently.
Sure, you come back, no problems. You can ask us anything.
So there obviously is some concern among your community regarding this location, but also because I think the one that just closed nearby. My concern is that, as well as you don't really have any experience doing this, and you want to put a DJ in a restaurant, which I don't really see a restaurant open till 4 or wanting to open till 4 o'clock with a DJ being a restaurant.
I can cut the DJ out. I just put DJ.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So I guess surround sound is fine as far as.
So I'll approve with the hours that that Commissioner Ford suggested, with no DJ, no use of promoters. She's required to have 2 security guards, at least Thursday, Friday, Saturday, licensed security guards. And you have to serve food.
Do we have a food?
No, the entire time you're open.
Oh, yes.
So if you don't have people, or if you don't have a chef at 1 o'clock, you shut at 1 o'clock. You understand?
Right, yes.
And she can have music, just not DJ, like
Correct, yeah.
background recording.
I mean, it should be operating as a restaurant. The minute this comes in here, and because I really don't believe this is going to be a restaurant, so the minute this comes in here and it's not a restaurant, it's done. So if you want to open a restaurant, go open a restaurant. But if it turns into something else, that's it. And I'll waive the 2-bathroom requirement.
Same here.
Okay. I thought there was one in the basement. Do you have 2 restrooms?
Yes.
You do?
Oh, it says, why are they asking for a waiver?
I don't know, it might have been
The
copied
one
from
in the
somewhere else.
basement says employees only?
I don't know. They asked for a waiver.
It doesn't say it is employees
Yes,
only?
because the one in the basement is employees only,
Okay,
so I
then you
was.
need one.
So we have to waive one. Okay.
Yep.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll hear from you? We'll
Yes.
receive- okay.
They'll get a letter with all those conditions.
All right. Next, we have 3 items, 2127, 2138, 2139, El Saab Enterprises, Inc.
How did you know that?
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Carra. I represent El Sav Enterprises, Inc. Next to me is Rudis Miranda. He's the principal of the licensee.
So I'm just going to remark for the board before, obviously, you have a chance to speak and the board has a chance to vote. It would be counsel's office's assertion that the ALJ's opinion, which speaks for itself based on the activity, obviously, that occurred on this premises, be adopted and that this license be revoked immediately, to be issued immediately. This licensee, not just at this location, but at another location that we currently have pending proceedings against, has made it exceptionally clear that they are unable to follow the vast majority of the alcoholic beverage control law, and is no longer somebody that we believe, from counsel's office's perspective, that should have a license. I could quote from the opinion. I don't necessarily think it's necessary. I obviously know that you have a right to be heard, but I do think it is important that I speak and note my opinion on the record from counsel's office's perspective that this should be revoked.
Okay.
I would confirm most respectfully that I did provide the panel with a controversion of some of the findings.
Yes, we received it.
And most respectfully in directing the controversion very briefly to certain aspects of it, reference to case 113603 on the 4th charge, which has an allegation of underage drinking. The establishment has been open for 9 years. There was never any allegation of prior underage drinking at any time. The individual who supported the claim of the underage drinking was a 16-year-old girl who was found out in the street during the course of an altercation, and she herself was arrested. At the time of her arrest, she said she had been in the El Mariachi premises. There were about 8 or 9 bars present in that location as well. No police officer ever observed this young lady in the premises, and in addition thereto, the testimony had revealed that this young lady had previously made attempts to get in various bars throughout the area, was well known in the area as a 16-year-old child who would attempt to gain access into the bars. My client was well aware of her presence on numerous occasions, has expelled her or prohibited her from getting into the bar. And lastly, in addition thereto, she actually filed a charge against the adjoining bar, La Villa, seeking payment as a waitress several years earlier at the age of 15. She's well known in the community. She's not admitted nor ever has been admitted into our bar. There was no corroboration of this event, and I would take strong exception to the finding on that particular charge. In the event the Commission believes that the charge should be sustained, we would, of course, would like to continue our operation, and we have taken steps by calling in a security firm to look at the building, to work with the owner of the building to maintain a more tight structure. In addition thereto, we would also utilize scanners to make sure that no underage individuals would ever gain access to the premises. The premises did have security guards. They do proof and maintain adequate supervision within the premises. However, I think a scanner would be an additional safeguard to which we would certainly use as a condition if we were allowed to continue. In addition thereto, the principal has included video security cameras throughout the premises and outside of the premises in an effort to combat additional altercations. And at no time did the police department or anyone ever request to view the video to determine whether or not the young lady was in the premises on the night in question, although she was charged with a disorderly conduct violation.
So that you have 28, 30, over 30 charges here, and that's the only one that you're...
No, that's round one, Your Honor, and most respectfully, I must apologize. I do not come before the Commission that often. I do have a packet that was submitted.
No, I have your controversion, and you can't really get into facts here anyway, and I don't want you to.
Okay.
Even though I let you previously just now. But and since you're not here that much or ever, I guess I mean, this isn't really a question of what's going to happen here.
Well, then, Judge,
I mean, we have, I realize some of the disorderly premises were dismissed by the ALJ, and maybe some of them were properly dismissed, but I disagree with a couple of them, because the one thing that is permitted is that when a pattern develops of behavior, and another event similar to the other events occurs, you can sustain a disorderly premises charge. He chose not to do that, or she chose not to do that. Is it a he or she?
It's a he, Your Honor.
Judge, and certainly that's their decision. I'm not going to change it, even though I could. But the number of other charges here that were sustained is just remarkable. So,
well, Your Honor, what I wanted to say was, with regard to the charges under 117707, I would particularly dispute the finding of the actual stabbing, which was the cause or the interaction of most of the problems. The test.
Well, I mean, you're missing the point. The point is that this became a place that the police felt like they had to go to regularly.
Well, Your Honor, the aspect of contesting or converting it is it's not the place that the police go to. As put forth within the evidence, you have...
You say that, and I read your controversion, but all of these incidents that occurred around or near this bar require the police to go. Stabbings, assaults, 16-year-olds, whether they're inside or not, but being part of stabbings. I don't know, but I'm reading your controversion. I'm going, did I just read a different decision than he did? Because all of these events occurred near or with customers of this place.
Near being there is an alleyway that is owned by the town.
But these people were in his club or bar, whatever it is.
But if they could be in the library next door, most respectfully. They then walk out, and then 5 or 10 minutes later, there's a stabbing in the adjacent parking lot.
But they were in his bar beforehand.
But they evidenced no altercation, no physical, no verbal.
So they decide to go have it outside, but the bar is the source.
But
and there's enough other things here to show that that's the reality of this place.
Well, the reality of the place is that it didn't occur within the premises.
Well, wait, not all of them, but we have, and I'll read through just so the record's clear. First proceeding, dismiss 1, disorderly premises. Sustain 2, disorderly premises. Sustain 3, failure to supervise. Sustain 4, sale to minor. Second proceeding, dismiss 1, 2, and 3, 2 disorderly premises, 1 failure to supervise. Third proceeding, sustain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Withdraw 26, 27, 28.
Yes, Judge. If I may address it, I had provided a document which was Exhibit 1 that was brought to the hearing officer's attention. I incorporated that within my conversion. I have a copy here. It is correct, Your Honor. The downstairs basement light was flickering. The switch plate against the wall was cracked and repaired.
The focal point of police attention, the disorderly premises, the failure to supervise, the failure to comply, unlicensed security guards, the failure to comply local regulations, unauthorized additional bar. You basically hit every section of the ABC in this case.
Well, since
there's some of these things that I don't even know what they mean, and I do this for a living.
Well, Your Honor, for the record, I believe I have the right at least to put in the fact that we would controvert strongly the idea of that when you have three people in a bar conversing and two males walk out of the bar and several minutes later a female walks out of the bar and goes to those males and leaves our property and goes into a parking lot owned by the town, and thereafter a horrendous incident occurs in the parking lot of the town 10, 15 minutes after they left our bar, how can we be responsible for those people? If anything, if the young lady felt there was foul play afoot,
It's clear that they feel like they're not responsible.
no, she could have walked out the front door. Why do the two men leave and then later the female leaves and unfortunately an altercation occurs down the block? The altercation doesn't occur in our premises. No one is drunk, no one is intoxicated.
All right, so you're explaining one. We still have another 30 charges to get through here, and I'm not going to listen to them.
Then with
But the one thing I will agree with you on is the sale to minor, I thought was an awful decision and not proven, and I will grant you to dismiss that. I will sustain everything else that I talked about, Tom. So charge 4 of the first proceeding I'm dismissing. The rest, as I stated before, I'm revoking with a prescription on the premise. I mean, this was completely out of control.
Judge, for the record, may I merely indicate that within the finding of the ADL, he indicates that the basis of extending the liability was predicated upon the fact that the licensee had installed floodlights both in the front and rear of the premises.
The decision stands for itself. So, I mean, if you're going to appeal it, you're welcome to argue against the decision as much as you want. All I'm doing is imposing a penalty and sustaining the charges he sustained, except for one.
Okay. One last thing, Your Honor.
Bond claim in there too?
Yes, revoke and bond with a prescription, right?
One other thing, Your Honor. Did the panel, did the commission take a look at the letter of June 23rd, 2017, was marked as Exhibit 1 on behalf of the licensee at the hearing and
Yes.
referenced within the
We
controversial
looked at
facts?
everything. I mean, it's just, this place is clearly a problem on Hempstead, and hopefully no longer it is. I mean, this is we have a lot of complaints about this area, and hopefully one of these is now gone.
Thank you. I'll be getting something.
He's got to
now.
vote.
Yeah, I looked through all those too, and I completely agree. Walk and bond.
And I would ask it's issued immediately.
And yeah, that should be issued immediately.
Thank you. We'll get notified by mail?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I know, somebody will serve it on the revocation probably within the next, how long? Soon?
Soon.
Soon.
Upon the principal, Your Honor, upon the attorney?
The principal, it shows up at the
They'll show up
location.
at the premises.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is 2132, New Pelotas Lounge Corp.
Oh, nice. Oh, they went to court?
The old stuff.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fanny Gutierrez, and by my side is Jose de Jesus. I'm an employee, and he's the manager.
Who are you?
Employee.
Hold on for a second. You're the employee of the licensee?
No, she couldn't make it to the.
No, you're the employee. Just, I got 2 requests for adjournments on this, which didn't match up, so I didn't grant the adjournment.
Okay.
One was from Mr. Meza, who was the representative, and he was supposed to be here today with the licensee.
Okay.
He called saying he couldn't make it because he had some emergency. Then I got an email from an attorney, Mr. Anton, who said he was in the process of becoming the new attorney, but that the licensee couldn't be there. So since nothing was really quite matching up, I just said.
Is the licensee here?
No.
Why? So I'm guessing from all of that that the licensee is not around.
That was my.
She sent a letter because she works at JFK Airport and she couldn't make it today here. So.
Does this place have a manager, Jackie?
This one.
So I assume she doesn't work at the place?
She's there like part-time, but she has really her job.
And both of you work there?
He's a manager.
Okay, I'll take the letter.
The offer?
Pardon me? No, we've rescheduled. There's no rescheduling. I asked her to come in. So this is another request for an adjournment. So now we've got a call from an attorney, a representative, and the licensee herself. Yes, sorry. So this is I'm sorry. This is a conditional no contest that she offered to charges that she was aware of, and she offered to settle them. And because of the nature of the charges, I asked her to come in because this place has been a problem since 2014, and it looks like it's getting worse.
To answer your question, there was a manager on file in 2013 when they applied.
But since she's not here, you can send the message back that the next time she ends up here, it's over. And I'm countering, and you can take this back to her with a fine of $15,000. She offered 11. She's going to have to either accept the $15,000 or go to hearing. Okay. And I don't know if he has anything to add to that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, too.
This is the charges that are brought here are almost identical to charges that have been going on since 2014. So it's obvious she's not getting the message. So I suggest you relay that to her. And if she wants to go to hearing, she can go to hearing. But once she goes to hearing, the $15,000 is gone. It's going to be higher. All right. Thank you.
So she's gonna.
She'll get a letter that says that there's a counteroffer of $15,000.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, 2072 Lux Lounge LTD.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Before you start, Counselor, I just want to, I have documentation that I received today from the Village of Chester Police Department regarding incidences that have occurred this past weekend. This current applicant is operating under a temporary license. So I had the police reports that have been disseminated to the members.
Are you aware of
No,
the
I'm not.
incidents?
No, not at all.
Are you aware of the incidents?
I'm aware there was something last weekend.
Yeah. Thank you. Now you can take it.
Not aware that.
Stabbing?
No.
Or a female assaulted?
We've also noted in the,
Well, what's the incident? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
on the, like, just a cursory internet search, once this was brought to our attention by enforcement, that there's use of DJs, there's, they're looking like they're operating outside of the application that we've received.
So did you put your name on the record already? I'm sorry.
Joseph Johnson?
I'm assuming you're familiar with the recent history of this place.
Yes, I am.
And the previous license obviously was canceled as a result of that in April, but also because it was also canceled for availing. But this isn't what, you're operating now in a way different than what you told us you were going to. Do you understand that?
How so?
Well, we have it here. I mean, this is,
Must be a tavern, sports bar.
yeah, and it's clearly not. That's all social media. You can come take it.
Well, basically, I haven't seen this before, and the way the place is laid out, it's supposed to be a tavern, bar kind of thing. There is a DJ booth there, and I guess in them using it, he felt that it was, I guess part of the plan. But it's supposed to be just to record
There was a
music.
question on the application.
Yeah, no, I answered it.
He did indicate he's also he's going to be overseeing the daily operations. Has he been on site for these events?
Yeah, some.
Some?
Mhm.
The message that was
And-
relayed to enforcement who sent to let us know is that this place is becoming a threat to the public.
And I'm familiar with this town, and the one thing I can tell you is they are not going to tolerate this.
What date was the one that you were talking about?
September 23rd,
Last weekend.
apparently a female went to your security and alleged she was assaulted, and they did nothing. Sexually assaulted. And she went to the police. She indicated to the police that she told the security personnel about her complaint inside the bar, and that they didn't even respond to it. So then the police obviously hear this. Chester's about the size of this building. There's no way you're going to, I'm not going to be the guy that opens this place there. I can tell you that. I live about 30 minutes from there.
Sorry about how small that is.
That's right.
So I don't know, you tell us that you're going to be a sports bar, but you name yourself the Luxy Lounge. You have a VIP area, 2 VIP areas, I'm sorry. And then apparently you don't tell us you have a DJ, which everything else would appear here that there's definitely a DJ there. So this isn't a sports bar, it's a club. Are you even there every night?
Not every night.
Who manages it?
My wife is in the kitchen. She helps do that. We're not open 7 days a week.
And you have, 3 other employees that are there?
Bartenders, security, yes.
And you have someone that's responsible for doing the cash register and things like that?
I mean, the one thing, and I think it would be clear to someone who applies to get a license, is that when something happens in your bar, particularly to a female customer, that you deal with it as seriously as you can. And it's clear here that nothing was dealt with. They didn't call the police. She had to go do it herself. And I don't know whether it happened or not. I'm not alleging it did. I don't know who did it. I don't know if they made arrests. But they made it quite clear that they're very concerned about you staying in business.
Who is this from? From the
The police.
Department. The police department?
So I'm going to deny based on that and revoke the temporary.
What's
Didn't
our recourse to?
Funny, Commissioner, I didn't see all of this till today, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we just got it, right?
And I wrote in my notes here, police have no problems with this, so, yeah, deny.
Thank you.
All right, next item, 2126, Wyckoff Weirfield Corp. What number was that again? 2126.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Lynch, and I'd like to become the new owner and operator of 915 Wyckoff in Ridgewood. My full liquor license application has been sent to the board for 3 reasons, one of which is the community board sent a letter, Community Board 5. They are not here today. The previous license at this location was canceled, and as I was part of a license app that was disapproved within the last 2 years.
Why was that disapproved?
It was 1140 MM. It was disapproved. I had a 5% stake in that premises. It was disapproved because on the day when we had applied for a temporary The police appeared and arrested for warehousing. The warehousing charges were ultimately dismissed. We subsequently changed the application, changed the corporation, changed the principals, and reapplied it and got a conditional license in August, which was then ultimately rescinded in September because there's a 200-foot rule issue, which we're now litigating. I'm not the attorney on that. I am an attorney. I'm not the attorney on that. Mr. Levy is handling that. So that's a pending 200-foot issue with regard to that. So that's another premises that I'm involved in. This is a premises that I am going to be the sole applicant and the sole owner. I submitted.
So you had nothing to do with this previously, this one?
I had no financial interest in it. I've been to the premises when it was open. I operate a music website along with being an attorney, and I did a few shows there that I should add never had any issues. So I am familiar with the premises. I've been there probably between 10 and 15 times, I would say.
Do the guys that were the two former licensees, do they have anything to do with this now?
The two former licensees, one is completely out of the picture. The other one is now, he owns the lease for the entire building and the adjacent building. He's now my landlord. I signed a sublease with him. So he's the landlord, essentially, at this point.
Okay.
So I sent to you.
Oh, he's a sublease. Who owns the building?
It's a Cash Realty. They've owned the building for many years.
Okay.
He owns the lease for the entire building, which includes a cafe in the front, which does not have an alcohol license. Two craftsmen are in the back. There are apartments above it. So this particular venue is in the middle of a larger building, which is all leased by the same person who I now sublease from. Or, in fact, I will sublease if the license is granted. That's a condition of the sublease. So I sent 6 different items to the board prior to this. About 10-page discussion of the prior history, about a 3-page discussion of the CB5 letter, 1,100 signatures from people in the community supporting the location, positive media reports about the location, substantive letters of support from specific community groups, churches, youth groups, all of whom partners with this location, including Christ Tabernacle, which is a church 250 feet away from the location, who hosts barbecues there. They do church groups. They do a Sunday afternoon. They do Bible meetings. And I sent 28 pages of photos of the location, many showing the activities that are referenced in the letters that were sent by the community leaders. So whereas Community Board 5 sent a letter objecting to this location, it's pretty clear from all of the other community members that this location has substantial support.
Well, the letters, though, refer to your community use of the building.
Right, which I'm going to continue.
Right, but they don't really refer to the use that you're here to apply for. Right. They're talking about doing yoga there, and which is all wonderful, don't get me wrong, and I would never stop that even if I had the power to, which I don't. But none of them are the community board's dealing with the alcohol and the issues that they had previously, not with your community work.
Can I separate those two for a second, Judge? Sorry, Chairman.
Yes.
You do have a power, and this is the power. Right now, the location is open. They don't have an alcohol license. They do have all of these community events, and at nighttime, 4 to 5 times a week, they have music. They're still open.
Which was the problem.
They don't, well, no, the music was not the problem, and I'll get into that in a second. But the reality is that if they're operating at a loss, they can't meet the rent, they owe the Cash Realty landlord tens of thousands of dollars. If they do not get this liquor license and allow me to come in and operate the nighttime entertainment, the place is going to close. There's no way they can financially continue. And I think that's the point of what I was trying to say, is that essentially, without me, this place is closing. So when we get to the other issues that were a problem for the prior location when there was an alcohol permit, when there was a license. I've gone through all of those issues. I'm going to correct them. When you talk about the issue of underage drinking, I've got a 6-point plan to avoid that happening again. When you talk about problems with the building, we've now got a certificate of occupancy, which was granted 2 weeks ago. When it comes to financials, I've been the sole practitioner of my entire law
But
practice for 25
I mean,
years.
I commend you for saying you're going to correct everything.
Right.
But a lot of the problems at this place were caused by the way this was set up. Meaning that this place, and you're doing the same thing, you want to have a bar and tavern with 6 security guards and 6 employees, recorded music, DJs, live music, rock bands, karaoke, and then say there's not going to be dancing, even though that's what the last guy said, and there was dancing.
Well, they did dance.
On
did
numerous
dance music.
occasions.
Yeah, they did dance music. I'm not doing dance music.
No, but
You said you're doing guitar-based music.
Basically, yeah. Older people's music.
it's not, and I'm not questioning your intentions. I'm questioning the fact of the matter is that I don't know that this is something that this community, given what the board is saying, wants. Now, I realize the community that's there using it during the day, they want that. But that doesn't mean that I have to give you a liquor license so that still exists.
But it won't exist if
I
we have a
understand
liquor
that, but the community board is aware of that too.
But the community, so the community board makes 3 points. And one is what we talked about, what we're talking about now, and I'll get back into that. But they make 2 other points, one of which is that we weren't amenable to closing by 2 a.m. on weekdays. I met with the community board. I sat down with Mr. Giordano and Mr. Arcuri for more than 2 hours. I went over all of this, and I said to them, we're gonna, or they asked me to, and I ultimately did, amend the application, or their questionnaire is what they call it, to reflect that we would close. We're amenable to that. So that's something we can do. The other thing is that they accused me of being on 6 or more different applications, which is false.
It is unquestionably false, but who knows where they got that from? The bottom line is we do have that information, and we know it's only one, so we don't need to get into that.
And I corrected it for them, and they wouldn't.
They said they got that information from
the police.
104th, yes.
So
the only one that has that accurate information definitively is us, and they didn't get it from us. So
and they could have gotten it.
They could have
multiple different ways.
Yes.
One of which was me telling them when I sat down that I didn't own any places on Park Avenue.
Well, then they couldn't drop it on you.
Well,
right?
And then laughing with them about that. And then I went online and I found out who the other Dan Lynch is, looked him up, and found his picture in about 10 minutes online.
No,
that's not me.
I know.
This guy's skinnier. I'm probably better looking, but he's skinnier. It's not the guy. So anyway, you want to see him?
I'll tell you if you're better looking.
So the community board could have gotten that information.
He's younger than both of us, so.
Yeah, he's done very
But
well.
no, I mean,
so-
they could have, but I understand, you also have to understand these community boards, one, their intent is not to embarrass you or disparage you. They have you're one of dozens of these things that they have to go through on a weekly basis. So they try to get the information as best they can. They rely on it, sometimes wrongly. This time, obviously wrongly, we did not rely on it, so don't worry about it.
But they also, and you're saying that they represent the community. And I respect that they do, except that they didn't say, we've gotten community complaints. They didn't say anything about that the community is against this. And in fact, what I did is I provided 1,100 signatures. All of these community groups, all of these people who, not just the day programming, but the night programming. This place has existed for a while. It's very well respected. The problem is that it's going to go under if you don't allow me to go in there and clean it up. I mean,
Does he have a manager on this application? Because I see you're not going to do this yourself. Did you hire one yet or no?
No, I have a couple people in mind.
All right.
But the people that I've worked with before. But the concept is that I'm going to be there a lot in the beginning. I know, Chairman Bradley, you have, 4-year-old twins? I have triplets who were born in 1999.
Oh, so you're,
if you do the math,
you're done.
You do the math, they went to school.
Yeah.
So I have nothing to do. So That being said, other than have a law practice and sit for 3 hours in board meetings, but the reality is that if I don't come in, this place goes under. I've taken every step of going through all of the problems that they've had and offered you solutions. Financially, there's a bank account. I'm the only signee on the bank account. There's a card that goes with the bank account. I'm the only person I'm named on the bank account. I will cover all the finances. Everything that gets paid into the bar here will go into my account. In fact,
What's the outside seating? Is that in the back or the front?
well, $199 is the max.
No, but, no, outside.
Actual seating
No, outside the building. Is there an outside area?
in the front?
No, anywhere.
Oh, in the back.
It's a backyard.
Yeah, it's a
And
backyard.
what goes on back there besides,
Well, I'll tell you, there was music back there. I'm not doing any music back there.
so it's
And I
just going to
told
be
them before.
used for what?
It's basically for smokers, for people who want to go outside and get away from the inside. There are tables out there, 3 long tables
And
out
that's
there.
open as long as the place is open?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Do you have any questions?
I'm open to questions. I've gone through,
No, I read it all. We both read it all, so it's not,
My only questions were,
Sure.
and I think you addressed this in your statement, that no one from before has anything to do with the place going forward with you.
all previously employees are gone.
Employees, anybody, anything to do
Well, let me say this. All previous employees that were there when it was a problematic location. After the license was canceled in March, I actually have sort of taken over to become part of hiring the people that are there now who I know. And they're all responsible employees. I should mention that there's not been a single 311 complaint since I've been involved in this.
that's because there's no booze.
Well, there's music. There is music.
There is music?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
music.
What's around this? I'm not familiar with this neighborhood.
Across the street is a auto store, not an auto store, like an auto repair shop. What looks like next to it is a fenced-in sort of old car place. There's a tattoo parlor directly across the street. Next to that is
These
like
all
a coffee place.
Single story, double story, what are the buildings?
Well, the one across the street actually has a bottom level, but I don't think there's anything underneath anymore. Everybody else is pretty much single.
What's next to you?
Next to me is a pharmacy on the left, and now it's a Indian restaurant on the right. There's also a slaughterhouse two or three doors down.
Nice.
And there are apartments above our location, but they are part of the same lease, and the 2 tenants in there now are employees of the location. So there's no
So
noise issues
I
with that.
assume they signed your petition?
Oh, yeah. There probably were people who, in fact, they were, at least one of them was, a person who worked on getting the petition signed.
Just come and verify this, that I'm looking at the right place here. That's it?
And what's behind you, do you know?
Well, we own well, not own, but
The yard,
I
I
would
know, is
be, I would be leasing the yard. Next to the yard are 2 tenants in a building behind the restaurant who are like craftsmen. And then behind that is like a auto repair place.
All right. You have any questions?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
Now we've cleared up quite a few things, as a matter of fact. I'm willing to approve. What are your hours, Mr. Lynch? What are you proposing for hours to be for this?
Well, we offered the community board that we would close at 2 o'clock on Sunday through Thursday, and then 4 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So I'm gonna approve, but I'm gonna make it 2 o'clock the whole week, at least for now, because you don't have any experience, and this place was a bad place, as far as I'm concerned, and you're really asking for everything they did. That, in my mind, caused it a bad place, which I'm gonna give you. But I'm just not gonna let it stay open till 4 yet. And then is there any way you can close the outside, the back by 12?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that could be done.
All
Yeah.
right.
The
Then
problem is
shut the
that
back by 12.
we'd have to send the smokers out front, which I don't want to do because that's right on Wyckoff. And there's the
Well, you can, all right, so it doesn't, there's just no alcohol outside after 12. I don't care if
alcohol
you're
after
using it.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
And then if you want to come back in like a year and try to get 4, then that's fine.
Okay.
Assuming there's no issue.
The outside for
Thank
no
you.
alcohol is midnight?
Yeah, midnight every night.
So it's no alcohol past midnight outside.
Meaning they can't even bring it. They can go out there and smoke, I don't care about that, but I don't want them all congregating out there.
And venue closes at
And no music outside ever.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And no promoters. That's it.
What is that, what do you mean by no promoters? I'm not,
Like party guys that go out and promote big parties for you?
No,
Yeah, well, you're in Brooklyn and I've seen it happen. So
yeah, this is,
you don't really have that look about you, but
this isn't big enough for that, so. Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
You're on board everything?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
okay.
Next item is 2130 Highline Group NYC LLC. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's, so what are you waiting for?
My wife.
All right, go get her.
Take a short break while you do
Yes.
that.
Take a break? All right,
Yeah.
hold on. try to
Okay.
be organized. Are you ready?
I'm ready, yep.
Donna? All right, we're back on the record. We're going to call 2130 Highline Group NYC LLC.
Hello, my name is Gladys Fonseca. I'm the representative, Paula, and his husband, Fernando.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Unfortunately, I was not here the last meeting, but I'm here today, and
They didn't tell me the condition you were in, or I would have never made you come.
so in regards to any questions or concerns to our application for Highline Group.
I think I did have questions. So are you familiar with the previous license here?
No, not at all.
Do you know we canceled it?
That based on what the landlord told us.
Plan to operate a Mexican tapas-style restaurant? Is that correct?
Modern Mexican cuisine.
And you are you her husband? Yes. And you own the place in Queens?
Correct.
You have some history in Queens, and you manage that place? This is why I remember now. You used to work at that place, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you had some negative history there that I wanted to, were you managing that place when he had some of the history that he?
Oh, no.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Oh.
No.
I'm correct in that, right, Margarita? What's the name of your place in Queens?
Tantra Lounge?
Have you ever had any charges from us?
No, I mean, that's why I thought it was a bit odd when I heard that it was brought up at the last location. I mean, at the last.
Well, you had stuff did you own it in 2006?
Yes.
Yeah, you had stuff in 2006, but you weren't there, you were 2012, okay.
Yes.
I mean, it's here because, I think because it's a 500-foot case, right, Jackie?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And we canceled the previous license, that's why it's here.
Correct.
So what are your hours?
For Highline Group? Or
Yeah, for Highline Group.
For Highline Group, it's Sunday to Thursday is from noon to 1, and then Fridays and Saturdays is noon to 2 a.m.
And you're going to run this place when he continues to run Queens?
Yes, but we will also have a manager for the place in the city.
You have a DJ in your place in Queens?
Yes, I do, sir.
See, it's good you came in. Okay. I'm ready.
Let's see here. So it says you've agreed to the stipulations with the community board, but I did not see them in my package. Did you have?
This community board does.
They do
send
questionnaires.
a Questionnaire that's submitted to us. They don't send it similar to.
Okay, all right, got it. Oh, all right, I see the question here, all right. I'm going to vote to approve. I don't see an issue.
I did see an issue, but I don't now. That's why it's good you came in. So I'll approve on the hours that she stated, which is Sunday through Thursday, 12 to 1, Friday, Saturday, 12 to 2. A restaurant with DJ on Friday and Saturday, that's all you?
Yes,
And then no use of promoters.
exactly.
And then that's all the community board wanted, right?
Anything else? 2 a.m., yeah, those are the hours. And they wanted to make sure that the community board was making sure that the kitchen was to stay open, but you're required to serve food.
Yeah, and it says, you've already said no promoters, you don't have security. Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Ford? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2151. This is Mr. Flynn's. Mr. Flynn got ill during the beginning of the meeting.
Really?
I'm not going to say why he got ill, but he just got ill. So he's asking to have it held over until the 11th.
21 what?
51.
It's 2151.
First one held over the day.
Which leads us to 2100.
That's-
Natalie's Bar Corp.
What's that, the 10-6?
10-11.
10-11?
Mr. Flynn was also sick for that one, too. He's asking that to be held over to 10-11.
What number is the second one?
2100. I believe there was a default, but he did not tell me which. Hold on for a second. I don't think he gave me the number of the default. No, there's a default he wants reopened, but I have no idea which one it is, so we'll have to bring it to one. All right, then. Next one I have here is 2070, 2458 Restaurant Corp.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Uriel Guzman, and this is Ariel Ferreira, and we're both here on behalf of Myra Feliz for this application.
Sorry, you are, sir?
We're both representatives on behalf of this application.
But he's not here.
He was.
Or is it a he or she?
She's
Mayra?
Yeah.
Am I saying that right? Mayra?
Myra.
Just for the record, I don't know if you guys received any documentations, but prior to this board meeting, I believe last week, Thursday, I did submit to the licensing board an amendment of the method of operation.
When did you submit that?
Thursday of last week, because I just became representative to this application. And from my understanding between me and Myra, the method of operation that she was going for or is going for this application is not the one that was submitted at the time of the application.
So what changed?
Only recorded music, no promoters, no security.
So the initial application asked for recorded music, DJ, karaoke, outside event promoters, which was basically everything the old place was.
Live music.
And she now wants to be a
Well,
restaurant.
It's not now that she wants to be. I believe that when the application was submitted, her understanding of how the method of operation was going to be was just music and
She wanted to be what the place was that we closed.
well, she's not going for that intention. She's a full-blown restaurant.
Has she ever owned a restaurant?
She has not owned a restaurant, but she does have experience.
You're aware there's adamant opposition here from
The
police,
precinct.
The 48th precinct.
48th precinct and the community board.
Well, Mr. Ferreira was present at the time when the community board was, they didn't
So
hold a meeting.
they didn't hold a meeting. We reached out to try to meet with them a couple of times. That didn't, and we didn't get an invitation for anything. We tried to set up a meeting. They were our client was also unaware of all the situations that took place in the prior establishment.
Yeah.
So becoming aware of all of those things, this is why she's also,
She
trying
took-
to maintain it as a restaurant. It
So,
wasn't
and
her intention to.
how did she find this place? Because this seems like an odd change of career for her. She's a Department of Education special ed teacher, which I assume she's going to continue to do?
No, she's on the verge of finishing her career.
She's going to retire?
Yeah.
Yes.
She
And then
works-
she's
she
suddenly
used to
going to go into the restaurant business, which you say she has some experience doing, in what way?
She worked as a waitress at a restaurant prior to this. She was there for a few years, and she heard about this because she saw the space and opportunity from the landlord, actually.
She heard about it from the landlord?
Yes. I don't know how her and the landlord got into a relation, but she did hear directly from the landlord that it was a vacant location.
So she doesn't know the former owner at all?
No.
No.
Never? Do you guys know who the former owner is?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Well, his name was Louis Santos.
Okay.
And I think that we have some information that she does know him.
In what way would she know him?
Can you elaborate on that for us?
Yes, I have information from the Special Operations Lieutenant at the precinct that the police department has a photograph of Mr. Santos actually putting up the sign in this premise. The sign.
He was putting up the sign at the premises for her? Oh.
We don't know. We don't know about that.
Well, we weren't aware of that situation. I know that she expressed to me personally that she did not have any relationships with the prior licensee because, again, I would not take on an application to represent that I know for a fact that if she is in a relationship with the previous owner and it might be a problem for that, then I would not do it.
Well,
She's
that would
also-
appear to be the case. I mean, Louis Santos wasn't on the license of the last place, but his wife was, and he ran the place.
Okay.
And he was seen by the police officers in that precinct who are extremely concerned about this place reopening and who owns it. And he was seen, because they do know him, because they had to deal with the place last time, working at the premises, putting up a sign for someone who told you that she doesn't know who the guy is, and then you told me, which, as you know, is probably going to affect credibility going forward, so I would question whether you want to represent this person again. But given what she applied for,
Okay.
which was what I have in front of me, which is recorded music, DJ, karaoke, outside event promoters, room for 132 people, at a place that we revoked in January of 2016 for the exact same method of operation, and the fact that she appears to have a connection to that former person, plus we don't hear from the police department a lot, but we did hear about this. And when I hear from them that they are extremely concerned about this location, there's no way that I'm going to approve this, so.
Is there any way that if you guys set forth a set of stipulations in which you guys can give them some kind of probational period in order for her to even prove herself before the board?
No, and in fact, I don't know that she would get a license from me in this area, given what we were just told, because
She has that relationship.
no, it would appear to me, based on what we were told by the police, and we didn't solicit this information, they came to us with it, that she is associated with this individual, and I can guarantee you, he's never getting a license.
No, yeah,
So,
for a fact. Okay.
and it would have, that would lead me to believe that he's using her as a straw person to get a license, which isn't going to happen. So I'm denying.
Mr. Chair, on my behalf, I apologize for this misrepresentation.
No, it's fine.
Weren't aware of this.
I realize that you have clients that don't tell you the truth.
No reflection on you guys.
And just a quick question. I am in the neighborhood of Webster in this area. I have an office in Crescent. If anybody comes to me in question of this location, will that next person be of an issue?
As long as they're not associated with him and they don't come and want to open a nightclub, no. But this, when she put her application in, it was exactly the same as the other one.
Yeah, no. And I would agree with what you're saying, especially with what you have been informed with. I would not contest against that. But thank you so much.
All right, take care.
You. Yes, denied.
Mr. Flynn's other item is
Is he watching from his hospital bed, or?
I don't think he's in the hospital. He's not pulling a Palillo, no.
No.
Is Mr. Palillo still? 21, okay. 2131, NYC JBS LLC. This was a default that's been held over now twice. Mr. Flynn was,
Was he literally here and got sick when he got here?
that's what he told me and Mr. Palillo.
Outside, I saw him sitting on a chair.
Was he
Wow.
bent over?
Didn't notice it.
Okay, 10:11.
The next item I have, and I apologize, our list is somewhat out of order now. 2085, Super Chef Number 3 Corp. No one's here for that? Okay. 2133, 493 Rest Inc.
2133?
2133.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Max Bookman. I'm an attorney. With me is Mario Arcari. He is the owner of Mercury Bar. What we have before you is a $10,000 CNC on a second-time sale to minor. That's the bad news. The good news is we've done a few things that we think will, in the context of their current method of operation, satisfy you that we deserve another chance. Two things that we have always done and will continue to do is, number one, consistent with the NYPD's best practices guidelines, we will continue to have security guards at the door, and we will also restrict admission to the premises to those who are 21 and older. We've always done that, and we'll continue to do that.
So what happened here?
What happened here is similar to what happened the first time, and I think it's important to consider both in context. What happened about a year ago is we had a private security guard company that we'd never had any trouble with, had been the security guard company at the premises for years. The premises is restricted to 21 and older, and a security guard let someone in. They looked at their ID. We caught them on video doing it. They looked at the person's ID. The ID was underage, and they let him in anyway. And our bartenders and our servers, relying on the security guards, didn't double-check the IDs because they expected the security guards to do it.
Okay, I'll accept.
Thank you.
Accept.
Have a nice day.
See you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2081, Harlem Dine, Inc. $2056, Mr. M Liquors, LLC.
What, I thought you said 2081.
Nobody popped their head up for 2081, so I'm just moving along. 2056, Mr. M Liquors, Inc. Mr. Veras was here, but I don't know what happened to her, so that was that 2081.
I assume we have opposition here? Why don't you folks come up first?
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is Roy Jacob, and I'm the owner of United Mark Corporation. My stores and there are actually 3 stores within the very close proximity, within 1 mile. My store and the Hudson Valley is only 0.7 miles away from the store.
Which one did you say yours again?
United Mark Corporation, DBA Martin Liquors.
Okay, thank you.
And in fact, in Middletown, there's 11 liquor stores in Middletown. And as I said, within the 1 mile, there is 3 liquor stores, and within the 2 to 3 miles, there's another 2 more. So there's 5 of them surrounded in that area. And Middletown, that area is a rural area, and everybody comes in the car. Nobody's really walking.
Middletown is a rural area? It's a city.
We are not in the city, actually. This is close to Slate Hill area, right in the border of the Middletown. Middletown and New Hampton, that's Slate Hill, that area. We are far away from 211.
Okay.
And in fact, in 2015 and 2014, 2 times the authority denied the license very close to this location, which was in Route 6. One was Late Hill Wine and Spirits, which was in October 2014, and Shamrock Liquor, they want to move to the same location in 2015. And the total population in that area is decreased from 2010 to 2016. And also, all of the stores are offering everything, because we are in the plaza, we are offering one-stop shopping, we are offering wine tasting, we are carrying all kinds of wine from all regions, kosher wines, and all kinds of liquors and wines, and we are adequately serving the area, and especially the sales are declining too. In 2013, the authority approved one license that's also within a mile of this store. I spoke to that guy. He didn't even care to come in because he said he's going to close down at any time because he's not doing any well.
Okay. All right, we have a lot of people that want to talk, so
Yes.
thank you.
And also, sir, one more thing. I have I just want to submit this. This is the front page of the Times Herald Record. Just even a few months ago, there's two news about the population.
Okay.
And this
Yep.
is just
Yep,
simple math.
thank you. Next. Come on.
Hi, my name is Parimal Patel. This is my wife.
Hi, my name is Bhavini Patel. We are from Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors, 125 Dawson Avenue in Middletown.
Basically, as my sales records show that my sales are same. There is no increment, and this just proves that actually the population is going down. There's no, because of maybe the price increase, maybe we are sustaining the same sales, but most, and we are next to a ShopRite where we provide public convenience and one-stop shopping for all wine and liquors.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the owner of 97 Monhegan Avenue Corp., Monhegan Wine and Spirits.
You just note your name for the record, please.
Jin Choi, and he is my general manager, Dave Park. I want to add one more thing to the opposition. This new location is located on the County Route 78, where the elementary school and the middle school are located on the same street, about 2 miles away. So I want you to take consideration to this new location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Moses Mugrus. I am here on behalf of Mr. M. Liquors. I want to start by saying that I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. I am here today to request you to allow Mr. M. Liquors come to town and have a home at 15 James P. Carey Way, Middletown, zip code 10940. As you are all aware, there are other liquor stores in the area. The closest two are 0.61 of a mile. The other two are 2.4 miles away. And where are they located? They are located on Dawson Avenue. Dawson Avenue is a very busy street with many cars, many traffic lights. And Dawson Avenue has no walkways. So if you happen to be on Dawson Avenue on foot, it is actually a problem to get your way around. And where is Mr. M. Liquors located? This is Dawson Avenue. You have stores here, stores here, stores here, stores here, shopping plaza here, shopping plaza here, bushes here. As the road winds down, it comes to James P. Carey Way, which crosses. And Mr. M. Liquors is located up here on a new building which has 3 floors, and 46 units. This is part of a project which was started in 2012 by Starling Park to build 192 homes. As we speak, the 192 homes have been completed. This project ended around 2014, 2015. And they have, as per last week, they have an occupancy of 96%. When Starling Park was concluding the project, another organization by Southgate started a different project to put in place 308 homes. As we speak, 96 homes have been completed and occupied. Now, this community is well constructed. It has so many walkways. And Mr. Emlikas being on the property, because basically it has one entrance. Starling Park ended here. Southgate started from here going, eating up all the bushes. So this is basically quite a little bit different from where these other liquors are located, which is off Dawson Avenue. The advantage of Mr. Emlikas coming to this location is that if you live in this community, probably you don't want to get your keys and drive. You could just walk, come down here. If you're walking, your dog could pass by because it is within the community there. You pass by, you pick a bottle of liquor. In case you had a bad day at the office, from office you just drove home. You got home, you took a few minutes rest, you feel like you want a glass of wine. You don't have again to look for your keys to drive to go Dawson Avenue, because you cannot walk if you live in this community to go down to Dawson Avenue to get a bottle of liquor if you are a senior citizen.
Is this a new building you're in?
Yes, sir.
What's above you?
Okay, it is a three-story building with 3 floors which have apartment residences.
Okay.
Yes. So if you don't drive and you don't drive, you could just walk to this liquor store. Otherwise, if this liquor store is not there and you call a taxi, whereby you're going to buy a bottle of liquor for $20, then you call a taxi to take you, because where these stores are all the way down, you're going to end up spending $40 on a bottle of liquor if you put in the transportation aspect.
What are you planning on carrying or specializing in, anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to have like a variety. I'm going to have some brands like from South Africa, from Portugal, and I'm going to carry variety cheap. You came in, you have your $7, you want to pick a bottle of wine, it's going to be available. You came in, you want to spend $40, it's going to be available as well. And based on the statistics, this zip code, the population is going up. The population has gone up. And now these liquor stores, like I mentioned, the 4, the first one came in place in 1976. The newest came in place in this area here in 2006. That is 10 plus years ago. But the population has moved from okay, the population in 2000 was 42,860 in this zip code. It was 42,860. In 2010, it came to 48,418. July 2017, the population is 51,334. What about the income? The income in this zip code in 2000 was 39,570. The household income by July 2017 is 63,185. Average household income by July 27 is 82,897. What about per capita? Per capita income in 2000 was 18,947. Per capita income by July 2017 is 29,991.
Mr.
And this,
Can I ask you, just to stop you here for a second?
Yes,
I have
sir.
a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is your location on the corner of Dolson and James P. Kelly?
no, sir. Now, I have something here, maybe.
There it is, right here.
Okay, the junk,
Yeah.
no, it is.
Actually, you can literally walk to my store from there.
Okay, so let me, if I could. At the junction, there is Quick Check. Then you walk behind the Quick Check, there is a DQ Grill. Then behind DQ Grill, you have that long stretch building on which I'm sitting. It is getting many new stores there to be able to serve that large population behind it. This is more or less like a gated community because it is quite big, one entrance. And all these members are behind us. You are walking a dog, you could easily pick up.
No, now you're repeating yourself, so.
Okay.
Actually, he gave you some wrong information to the officer.
Oh, well, I'll let you correct it when he's done. Go ahead.
So, on that behalf, I would request you kindly to allow Mr. M. Liquors come here to this location. It is gonna serve this community, like I mentioned, very efficiently, and I think even the members in this community are eager to be able just to run down and pick up a drink without thinking of grabbing car keys and drive all the way.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna, quickly.
Actually, this gentleman claimed here that the building, it's actually, he's correct, the building, the store is underneath the apartment, and he claimed that it's a new building. It is not new. It is built in 2012, and all the stores, that's all our customers, and we are surviving with that customers over there.
Oh, 2012 is right. You're talking about the development?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not anything new. And also the population I submitted from the US Census Bureau to you, it's declining. And also he claimed only one store close to that.
You gave us population numbers from the city of Middletown. He gave us zip code numbers, which is different.
Okay, maybe, yes, that's right.
Thank
and
you.
also there's
Okay,
not
now
one store.
thank you.
Building 46 units and 200 homes doesn't require new.
Listen, thank you. Go ahead. All right, you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
The zip code is also the end of this, right in the border lines too. Because 10958.
If they have any questions, I'll let you know.
Go ahead.
We are ready to vote?
Yes.
I'm looking at the sales of the stores around, and I see that they are just holding their own. I don't really see anybody increasing at all. So based on that fact alone, I'm going to have to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on only the location. I mean, you should go find another spot. You're a fine candidate, it's just this spot is not the right spot. There's 2 stores within 0.8 miles, both of them are showing declining sales. The next 2 stores are 2.4 miles and 2.6 miles away, and their sales are absolutely flat. We did just deny a license nearby. And while there is a development, as you say, behind you, that's only 300 houses. You can't support your store with 300 houses, 300 new people. That's just not enough. So I encourage you to go find another location, but I'm going to have to deny this one.
I think you're a great applicant, just the wrong location.
Next item is 2054, 158 Beard Street Brewing.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. I believe there is James DePasquale on behalf of 158 Brewing, Inc. My client here, Kieran Breen, I do believe there's some opposition, so I assume I'm here for that first.
Oh, okay. Come on up.
My name is Edna Mieles. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you today. I'm a long-term resident of Beard Street, and I'm the secretary of the Beard Street Block Association. I'd like to mention that 2 of our elected officials have gone on record in opposition to this application, and one of the elected officials is here to represent. Initially, when we had our first hearing at this Community Board 6, the committee had put on the table to deny this application on the basis of there was no flexibility on the part of the applicant in terms of the hours. After a lot of discussion, the applicant was willing to change the hours, and the chair had asked that they maintain the change of hours. After the ALJ meeting, we were left with the impression that the hours were remaining at 4 a.m. till 4 a.m. And the only reason why the community accepted stipulations was because we were told that that was the only way that we can, submit our concerns and stuff like that, and there was no other chance to do that. So that's the only reason why we agreed to stipulations.
I'm not following you.
In the sense that we agreed to change the hours of operation, and
You agreed to change the hours that you wanted to recommend based on what?
they had, the hours of operation were 7 days a week till 4 a.m.
Right, and you didn't want that?
No, of course.
Right,
no.
so
We
who
don't want
told
that.
you to change that?
So the community board, the chair, after much discussion, asked them that if they were willing to change the hours of operation. They said yes.
Okay.
But after the ALJ meeting, we were left with the impression that the 4 a.m. hours were still in effect. So we don't know if that's still the case. So we were left with that impression.
I don't either, but
Okay.
we will find out.
All right, so on behalf of the.
Yeah.
Okay, so on behalf of the Beard Street Block Association, we are in opposition. This is slated to be right smack in the middle of our block. It's a residential block, and we would like to maintain the residential character
But
of our
so
street.
something happened that confused me here, because the community board entered into STIPs with these guys. Or I don't know if they entered into them, but they appear to have agreed.
So the Block Association.
And then it looked like your block association agreed as well.
Exactly.
And now you're not agreeing?
No, what I'm saying is that the only reason why we entered into the stipulations was because we were told that that was the only way that we can make, to voice our opposition. Okay, thank you.
Who would have stopped you from voicing your opposition? All right, we'll just continue. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you don't, so even though you voted for these stipulations that the community board entered into, you don't agree with them?
Exactly, we're opposed to
Is the
this
community board
establishment.
here?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Does the next person want to speak? So we just want to go on record that we're opposing this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You guys had requested additional time to consult with other city agencies. Is that correct? Is that your group?
Yes, we did. That is it. And we did meet with Judge Luglio. Had recommended that we meet with the Department of Buildings, the Department of Environmental Protection, and
Well,
also.
you can still do all of that.
No, we did.
Oh,
We-
okay.
We did meet with all of them.
And?
And unfortunately, because the application wasn't before them, they weren't able to make a judgment call.
No, but they still can, just because, and it drives me crazy sometimes, but just because we're granting a liquor license or not granting a liquor license, whatever the case may be, doesn't mean all these other agencies still don't have, one, the obligation and the power to do what they normally do. So even though they're open, if you think there's an environmental issue going on, then you go talk to the DEP, or,
We
you know,
most
that.
certainly do. Yeah, we did everything that the judge asked us to do. We met with all of DEP, DOT, DOB. We met with all of them, and they all said the same thing.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Does anybody else want to say anything?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is David Estrada. I'm the Director of Communications for City Council Member Carlos Menchaca from the 38th Council District, which covers Red Hook in the area. The council member, my colleagues and myself have attended meetings with the Block Association and the Community Board on this topic. We've submitted, the Councilmember Menchaca submitted a letter in opposition to the application in the previous hearings. I assume that's part of your record, so I won't revisit that. But I do want to just quote him in one paragraph that the building is located adjacent to and surrounded by high-rise residential buildings with no other significant business or retail storefronts on the block. Safety and quality concerns on Beard Street are significant, and the adjacent blocks already have a high concentration of large food and liquor establishments that create unacceptable burdens on the community. I can add, from a constituent services point of view, which is part of my work, we have a tremendous challenge on that section of Beard Street. If you haven't visited, it's hard to picture the irregular street grid, the narrow street with parking on each side, the dead-end streets, and the very large event and commercial services venues that are immediately adjacent to these blocks. We have Fairway Supermarket, not your concern from a liquor point of view, but a tremendous driver of traffic. We have Brooklyn Crab, whose back play area yard is a section of fence for about 30 yards in the middle of the block immediately opposite the problem. So in effect, you have a bar operating across the street. And we have Hometown Barbecue, a large seating establishment. Some of the other liquor establishments nearby have relatively early closing hours, and this induces people to wrap it up at Hometown or Crab and then hit some of the other bars in the area. There's no public parking to speak of, and therefore it generates a lot of foot traffic and a lot of circling of service vehicles and for hire call vehicles. Further, it's not convenient to public transit. So the council member is in opposition to the application at this place. I'm not speaking with any care, judgment, or comment about the quality of the applicant or their business, but the middle of this low-slung residential block presents real problems around loading. There is a curb cut.
It's somewhat confusing to me because he stands here opposed to this, yet his community board is not opposed.
Correct.
Or not his community board, but certainly the community board he works with.
I won't speak to the amount of care and diligence that Community Board 6 offers to the smaller residential blocks of Red Hook, nor do I speak for the Assembly Member Ortiz, who is also on record opposing this application. We've made our own examination. The council member lives in this neighborhood. I'm on that block often for constituent services, and we were present at the coordinating meeting with the other city agencies. So our comments are not offered simply out of a NIMBY kind of stance. Really, this is a diligent examination of a truly unique block. I believe it's M11. If you look at the basic underlying zoning, it probably has an R5 commercial overlay, and yet you see a continuous string of two-story residential buildings on either side. You might see some buildups on some of these buildings. Much of that is related to city-mandated Sandy recovery work. But this is not an area where the buildings in the middle of the block have other instances of commercial use. I would point to the sidewalk use and the curb cut as the only load-in point. And the council member welcomes the business. We've approved and enjoyed the formation of a brewery operation in Sunset Park on a more appropriate block. But this narrow cobblestone, frequently flooding, one-way, dead-end street that's immediately adjacent to large wedding venues, Brooklyn Winery, Hometown, Brooklyn Crab, Sonny's Bar, isn't the right place. And that's the basis of the council member's determination. I won't take more of your time, but I thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Alan Glado. I've lived on Beard Street for over 20 years, and I just want to stress what has been said previously. Within 500 feet of the current application, by the way, I'm opposed to the application, we currently have 3 bars. Just outside of the 3 bars and 1 liquor store, full-service liquor store serving wine and alcohol. And just beyond that, we currently have a distillery, 2 distilleries, a brewery, and a winery. And this is all within the last 5 years or so. So I just want to emphasize that as a very small, unique neighborhood that's prone to flood, that has primarily single-family houses. This is exclusively otherwise a residential block. We're literally drowning in alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Conceição, and I'd like to be mercifully brief, I think just for myself and as for you. But I'd like to clarify what happened at the community board as I was present at the time. Initially, the community board had motion to deny the application based on their feeling that the applicant was being inflexible in terms of the hours and dealing with the block association. The chair of the community board said, are you willing to change some of these things? And they said yes, that they were willing to change some of the hours. He specifically addressed them and said, if you are saying that now, are you willing or are you going to say back to 4 a.m. when you get to the SLA meeting? They said no. The residents were left with the impression that if they did not put any stipulations in at that time, that there would be no avenue to put stipulations in at a later time. I don't know if this is correct or incorrect, but that was the definite impression that they were left to.
Okay, well, we're past that, so that's, unless you have something to add about why you're opposed, the rest is history.
I only did that to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Rivera. I am treasurer of the Beer Street Association, and I just want to voice my opposition. I live on the block. I have 2 children. It is a residential street. Their bedrooms face the street, and I'm just concerned about noise. There's one entrance, one exit. They want to stay open till 4 a.m. So,
Okay.
just opposed.
Thank you. Are the, just one question, ma'am, the other places like the Brooklyn Crab Shack, Hometown Barbecue, Sonny's Bar, or how late are they open?
I have that information. The posted hours.
Yeah.
Okay. For the Crab Shack is 11:30 to 10 p.m. closing on weekdays. Weekends, 11:30 to 11 p.m.
Okay.
The barbecue, 11 p.m., and on weekends, 12 a.m. And if you go to the Yelp reviews for Sonny's Bar, which is located right around the corner from these establishments, the reviews state, we're finished at Hometown, we finished at Crab Shack, so we ended up in Sonny's Bar because of the later closing.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. To clarify a few things, we first reached out to the Block Association and we engaged in a meeting with them at the location. That meeting was about an hour long and it was represented by my client. I was at that meeting that he would be very amenable to a multitude of stipulations, but we needed them to express what it is that they would be looking for. After the meeting, they indicated that they would get back to us, preferably before the community board meeting. We appeared at the community board meeting and we were very closely in communication with Ty Beatty of Community Board 6. At the community board meeting, we did agree to enter into stipulations and we were very agreeable to very early closing hours, Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Thursday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. The confusion that has been discussed is that we routinely agreed to enter into these stipulations. However, the members of the public were consistently stating that, well, enter into the stipulations, that's fine, we're just going to continue to dispute this and go to the SLA.
Which they're allowed to do.
Absolutely. We indicated that, yes, if we did not have any stipulations entered into, then we would go before the SLA, and at this time, present to you that we are very willing to agree to early closing hours. This particular applicant already operates a brew pub on Nassau Avenue in Brooklyn. He has absolutely fantastic operation, no history of complaints whatsoever. He is agreed to multiple other stipulations with the community board, and the community board did approve it. No private parties, background music only, no open doors, no open windows at any time, no loitering. He'll do all that he can to have anyone that's commuting by or coming by taxi, cabs, to please try and get dropped off at the nearby corner. This is not a type of brewery that's going to have a huge impact on the community in terms of traffic for deliveries. They're expecting one food delivery a week and one delivery of hops per month, and they have got a dedicated commercial lane directly in front of their premises. By all accounts, it's a relatively large space with few licenses within the area. After Hurricane Sandy, obviously, that was a manufacturing and industrial area that left a multitude of vacant spaces. This particular space was previously occupied by Del's Maraschino Cherry, a pretty big company, and there's been representations that the water output would be so drastic on the community because of this brewery, and that's simply not the case. I mean, I've provided...
Well, that's, and whether it is or isn't the case is not my purview, so.
Understandable.
That's, you know, they raised several issues they're concerned about in their written materials, and they have every right to do that. It's just not our agency that does that. It's not even my area of expertise, but obviously the DEP would be in that area, or the health department.
Understandable. In terms of noise complaints or speculation that there's going to be a lot of problems, they have produced 311 complaints going back to 2010. There's a total of 11 of them, approximately 2.75 per year. When you look at his other location...
I mean, there's 3 for the area, you mean, or for his other location?
Well, for this area, with Brooklyn Crab and Hometown and Sonny's, there are a total of 11 going back to 2010.
Okay.
That particular area on Nassau, yes, admittedly, it is more commercial, 100%, but it's also more residential. They've got 10 more residential units than they do on this particular block. My client also has a very large outdoor component to his other brewery. There's no outdoor component here. There's no reason to believe that there would be overly loud concerns here. And again, with the early closing hours, the low strain on the community, the fact that there's minimal number of licenses within this area, barely bringing us into the 500-foot consideration, I do believe, especially given the applicant has demonstrated that he knows how to operate a brew pub, he's done so well for a number of years here, and he's gone out of his way to try and work with the community. I believe it is within the public's advantage, especially given the fact that there's multitude of vacancies still within the Red Hook community, and this is a perfect type of operation.
So you're talking about approximately 2/3 to 3/4 of it is, the premises is for brewing, is that correct?
Yes.
So only like, what, maximum 74?
Less than that, 54
59,
seats at tables and 13 bar stools is the maximum for patronage.
So the ALJ made some stipulations, some recommendations, I should say. Closing at 11, is that what you said earlier?
Yes, 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, Thursday, 11 a.m. till 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. And again, those were the stipulations that were entered into with the community board, and you should have a copy of the stipulations.
I think the ALJ was a little stricter than that.
Stricter, yeah, okay. No private or promoted events, no live music, dancing, or DJs, doors closed all the time?
Correct.
No outdoor service, pub crawls, nothing like that?
Correct.
And you have no history at all, no violations, anything at your other location?
No.
Okay. I don't really have any other questions if you don't.
No. Whenever you're ready.
I understand the residents' concerns. But I do think the applicant has demonstrated that they know how to run a good business and be a good neighbor. And it's not that big of a place either, I don't think. So I'm going to vote to approve with the stipulations that the community board also make that part of the license. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So the community board, this is a 500-foot case, and the community board found that there was public interest and entered into stipulations that they would like us to put on the license. I recognize that the neighborhood association doesn't agree with those at all. Although they voted for them, they've made it clear that they voted for them because they thought they wouldn't get to say anything here. So it's obvious that they don't agree with them. But I am going to vote to approve as well. I mean, the building is zoned commercial. He's been a good operator. Our ALJ did a 500-foot hearing. During the hearing, he recommended that we license the establishment. He did. He was a little bit more conservative on the stipulations than the community board was, which I'm going to be as well. So I'm going to make closing hours Monday through Thursday, 11, and then 12 Friday, Saturday. No DJs, no outside service, no live music, no dancing, no promoters, no pub crawls, and the doors should remain closed at all times. With those conditions, I'll approve.
Do you want Monday through Thursday or Sunday through Thursday?
Sunday through Thursday, I'm sorry.
Through Thursday 11 and Friday and Saturday 12.
And you're okay with those?
Yes,
conditions?
absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
You're all set.
Yep.
Gentlemen.
And, you know, just so everyone's aware, everybody in that neighborhood is aware of what's happening around them, and it's going to, your neighborhood is next, as far as people moving to it. It's an attractive place to go. I realize you weren't prepared for this, but be prepared for the next one, because they're going to keep coming here. That's my own opinion, but that's what I foresee in your future. And I'm not talking about breweries, I'm just talking about development. Okay, thank you.
Next item, 2104, Vita Enterprises, Inc. Your matter is next, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo, Northern Compromise.
I'll accept.
I went there last night to see it for myself. I accept.
Have a good day.
All right.
Let us know next
Be
time.
careful, he's going.
Let us know next time.
He's now
so we-
going to Dykeman. He went to Flushing last time, and now he's up in Dykeman. Lord knows where he's going next.
You need to know when you're.
Yeah, just keep your eyes out.
Next item is
Surprise.
2074, New Blondie Food 3 Corp.
Good afternoon. I'm with the owner, I'm the representative.
What's your name, sir?
My name is John Radin. Mr. Jabber has...
Well, so hold on, do we have a notice of appearance for him, or does that matter? Who's Grizel Rodriguez?
Ms. Rodriguez prepared the license application. I do have, my paperwork was dropped off at the door this morning at 9:30 when I
Okay, all
arrived.
right, yeah, okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Mr. Jabber has owned H&J Fruit and Vegetable at 97 Catherine Street for 25 years without a blemish on his license. He's making this application at 466 Bay Street on Staten Island.
Not a blemish on his record? Are you aware that he previously applied at this location and was denied because he was caught selling without a license?
Yes, sir.
So I guess you're right, he didn't have a record with us.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the location on Catherine Street.
Okay.
I'm certainly ready to address that.
There's a prior disciplinary on his record.
For this place?
On the back of the page too, on,
He got his,
cigarette tax violation.
Yeah, so he does have a blemish.
At which location, sir?
2014, AX 1251318 had a suspension of his cigarettes in April of 2014. And we fined him $3,500.
On Staten Island?
hold on for a second.
I don't know where that is. Kings, Brooklyn.
421 Columbia Street.
Somebody was running that store and he got fired. He never told me nothing about that.
Okay.
And,
Well,
you know, I paid everything.
Withdraw my prior statement. The gentleman tells me that he had an employee working there that did make a violation unbeknownst to him.
Well, I'm more interested in the selling the alcohol without a license.
Yes, sir. Okay, when coming into this store, there was a previous licensee who left the business, abandoned the business. When he came in and took over, he made application for his own license. Prior to the license coming before you, the distributors came into the store and sold him beer, telling him that he could operate under the old owner's license.
It wasn't the previous licensee's beer?
No, sir. It was purchased.
Did he own the store in Brooklyn at that time? Yes. So he knew that wasn't the case, right?
Because
He's told me that when he was approached by the Manhattan Brewery or Manhattan distributors, that they informed him that because that licensee they called the old licensee, and the licensee allowed him or gave verbal permission to operate under his old license.
Yet he had been licensed for several years before that in another location and didn't know that was illegal?
Apparently not.
Okay, well, here's the way I look at it.
I did submit a letter on my letterhead last week.
Yeah, he's been licensed since 2011 prior to that. There's not, and that's not really the point anyway. I'm not saying I'll never license him again, but he just surrendered this. I mean, it's only been not even a year yet, has it?
Since he.
No, he just got it, right?
This is a new establishment for him.
Right.
He opened in March of 17.
Yeah, so he's got to come back in March of 18, and then I'll talk about it. It hasn't been long enough. There's no way I'm buying that. Now, whether he listened to Manhattan beer distributors or not, I don't really care. He should have known it was illegal, and if he didn't, then that's his problem. He was licensed for 6 years prior to that in Brooklyn. And you're telling me that he didn't understand that he couldn't go into a new store that he bought and not have a liquor license from us? He should have known it if he didn't, and I don't know that I believe that he didn't. So there has to be a penalty for that, and part of the penalty is waiting a year.
Okay. Just so you know, the explanation was that he had made application for this location and came across the license, or the distributors came in and told him about the license, sought permission from that prior licensee to operate under theirs while they were.
I'm not, whether that happened or not, even if it did, he should have known enough that it wasn't legal, because he's been a licensee long enough. It's not, this isn't his first time in the rodeo, let's put it that way. He'd been around the block enough to know that you weren't allowed to be doing that. So, I'm not saying, like I said, come back in a year and I'll give you one, but I'm not gonna give you one now. And keep clean, meaning don't sell any beer without a license. Unless Commissioner Ford disagrees.
completely on board with that. Convinced me the law is changed. This is the only reason.
All right,
Because
the next item is.
Okay, gentlemen.
2055, you're coming up, I know, 20, HS Spirit LLC?
You waited here all day?
Should have stayed up in Albany, and I would have taken care of business earlier. Hi, my name's Joseph Landa.
So, just why are you interested in doing this?
It's just for the Village of Athens. I've opened a restaurant there last year, French Bistro, and there's a revitalization in Athens. It's a small river town, and there's no wine shop, liquor store within 5 miles.
How close is this to your restaurant?
It's in the same building.
And you're aware they can't mix?
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, well, you got a lot of support locally. There were a couple protests, but they're not, or one protest, but that's somebody that's several miles away from you. So I don't even.
The fourth furthest liquor store.
The closest store's 5.4 miles away, which in and of itself means that you are convenient. So I'll vote to approve.
It says here that a certificate of disposition is attached. I don't see that.
Generally, we don't, attach
Okay,
those.
all right.
Yeah, that's with the personal questionnaire scanned in the file.
What's the name of your French restaurant?
Rive Gauche Bistro.
How long's it been open?
14 months. I have that letter of disposition with me.
It's in the
She
file.
says
Has there been a package store in Athens all these years? It hasn't been more?
No, not, the locals tell me it's been about 15 years.
When I
We
look,
opened one in Catskill, and I think we opened one in Cairo, but I don't think we opened, or Cairo, whatever.
Cairo's the
Cairo,
other
I'm
direction,
sorry.
yeah, Athens is.
But we didn't open one there. I didn't, at least.
Right, the one in Cooksaki is the most recent one, I
Oh,
believe.
that's the one I'm thinking of,
Right.
Cooksaki, okay.
I was, when I looked at this and everything, I was pretty much stunned that there isn't a store in Athens. So, you got the support from the village, you got the former mayor, the current mayor, Greene County Economic Development, so, absolutely approved.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Next item is 2064, Corner 47th Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Bradley.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Ford. My name is George Karp. This is a no contest plea that was made. I originally made a conditional one just to see where the liquor authority was. They wanted, the council's office asked for $6,500. My client, based upon certain circumstances, I thought that was a little bit high. And I'm here just to mention a few items. One is that this is from one event of a place that's been in business for 10, 11 years, first time any kind of problem. It is true that it was a bad mistake. They had financial problems, and they thought if they could change it into something, and they let some other people convince them that they should change it into Cuban, which is different than Italian, and it did get out of control that day, and there's no question about it.
What number are we on?
2064.
2064.
What got out of control?
Well, everything happening on the open night, the opening.
No, I mean, but what you're here about is what went on months before, not the opening night.
That was when it was opened, the first, they had just changed.
I know, because somebody must have complained, but your charges are related to them building a new bar and changing the trade name.
Right.
There's no, we don't have any history of bad behavior.
All this came about because of
Oh, you had live music,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that was the big issue.
Well, here's my situation. I didn't know what they offered you, because I'm not privy to that, unless you accept it. And I wrote down a number, and it's significantly higher than what they offered you. So I'm willing to take their number unless you want to hear my number.
I will accept.
I'll go down to 6,000.
Thank you very much.
6,000 it is.
Thank you.
Are you going to correct any of these?
Yeah, you're correct. Well, the alteration, you're going to have to file an amendment.
The community board asked that we finished late August. We went to 3 meetings, so they said not to file while they were still, so It'll be done, everything will be done with it.
Trade name, you're going to use?
Yeah, change, well, just, listen, just file it as quickly as possible, because they're probably going to disapprove it anyway, and I'm not going to make the guys rip it out of the wall, so.
All right. 2095 and 2101, Undisputed Sports Bar and Grill LLC.
Good afternoon.
What's the number, Tom?
2095 and 2101. So it's one item. It's a double.
I got it, okay.
Mr. O'Shea?
Yes, how you doing?
How are you?
Very good. My name is Brian O'Shea. I'm the owner of, co-owner of Undisputed Sports Bar and Grill. I've been here 7 years down here in downtown Yonkers. I'm the second longest running business there. I'm in the Getty Square area. It's a very high crime area, 90% minority area. I'm the only establishment on that block that really caters, that has more of a minority crowd. And I get harassed by the police constantly. I'm the only one there that's harassed by them, and all my incidents happened outside. I've been through Yonkers courts yesterday. I paid over $10,000 in fines this year alone for things that were irrelevant, fire alarm, battery low. I'm getting hit with all kinds of fines for, and it's
So
just not fair.
you're done, is what you're telling me.
I got it for sale. It's on the market.
Yeah, but so I'll accept the cancel and bond then. Right, you offered cancel and bond.
Well, my lawyer didn't even show up.
Well, I mean, there's two options here. You can accept a cancel and bond, which would cancel your liquor license. Probably in a few weeks, you'll get a letter that indicates that, probably 2 weeks. Or you can go to hearing.
What would be, there couldn't be a fine or something for me to,
The cancel and bond would be cancel the liquor license, and we take the $1,000 bond that you've put with the liquor license when you applied. If you go to hearing, it's actually Margarita's case. She would talk to your attorney and figure out when the hearing would be and what witnesses needed to be called.
Actually, Chairman, I just wanted to let you know that counsel's office is requesting that if we do agree today, that we make the cancellation effective immediately, because I was informed by the Yonkers Police Department that there was another incident that occurred just this weekend where there was some sort of disorderly crowd in front of this licensed premise, and a police officer was injured. And
It was outside the bar. A pedestrian threw garbage at the bar when the bar was closed, and a police officer.
So, I mean, given that, I'm not going to suggest what you do. Your lawyer did offer cancel and bond. There are some extremely serious charges here. What could occur should these charges be proven at a hearing would be you could end up with a revocation, which means you can't have a license for 2 years anywhere.
Correct.
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. He offered this. If you're not prepared to accept it, I can't.
If I accept the bond, the cancellation, do I have a couple of weeks to try to at least finish?
No, you basically have, as soon as we can serve it on you. I wasn't aware of the violent incident.
Would probably be by the end of the week.
How is this a violent incident if it's inside my bar? If it's not inside my bar, it's outside the bar, and a cop fell running, chasing a pedestrian.
As a practical matter, if the board directs, put aside that matter.
Right,
The board
correct.
directs because of the charges that it's before them right now, that the cancellation be imposed, soon, then it will be imposed soon.
Right, and I never had no violation with SLA, no underage drinking, no.
No, but you have a lot of stuff here, and I'm not saying it's all true. All I'm saying is if you're going to go to hearing on this, and the majority of this was to get proven, you're going to lose it. You'll probably get revoked. Now, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't know anything about it. All I can tell you is that these are serious charges that are in here. And your lawyer offered cancel and bond because he must have recognized the same thing. But I can't tell you what to do, so you need to decide because you're the only one here.
Okay, so if I go to cancel and bond, you're going to take my license today?
Not today, no, but probably in the next few days, yes.
And if I go to trial, what would happen?
If you put it on, if you want to go to hearing, it would go back to counsel's office, but given that there's a new incident, they may bring other charges. I don't even know.
We were closed when that incident
Well,
happened.
I have no information on it. I can't predict, and I'm not your lawyer. All I can tell you is that there'll probably be action taken anyway. So you're going to have to decide.
Okay, I'm going to take it to trial.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, Chairman, Counsel's office, based on this new information that we received from the police department, the fact that this licensed premises are draining on the resources of the Yonkers Police Department, Counsel's office would be applying for emergency summary order of suspension with regard to this premise.
Right now?
Yes. I have a fresh police report from the Yonkers Police Department that was forwarded to me regarding the incident that occurred on Saturday that the licensee acknowledges.
It wasn't Saturday, it was Sunday night at 11 o'clock when the bar was closed.
Okay.
That street is full of crime. You could check out the area, that whole area.
The point she's making is that the incident, along with the other incidents that have occurred there allegedly within the last year or year and a half, mean that this place has immediately become a danger to the public and that we should shut it while we're waiting for the trial. And I tend to agree with her.
Are we going to have a new pleading being issued for that?
Yeah. You're going to have to.
Yeah, I can have someone do the new notice of pleading today.
So on those grounds, I'll vote the emergency summary suspension, given the representations of council.
Then can I just cancel it then? Cancellation, if you're going to suspend me anyway?
Yeah.
I'll just agree to a cancellation.
All right, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
And it'll be by next week, you'll get the letter.
That's it?
Sorry.
Two of the matters that were signed in, I think both by Ms. Tavares, but I left the building.
She made it clear she wasn't going to stick around.
Okay. So I'm guessing his attorney submitted that without talking to him about it. All right.
It finally worked.
Okay, I have nothing else signed in, so we can,
Who's the attorney?
Russell,
Russell Smith, he's a former Westchester ADA.
All right, go ahead.
all right,
2052,
2052.
Mine are all out of order.
workers' comp.
Whatever you say, go ahead.
Which normally, it's been July 16, April 17, all about 10 months. $1,000.
Yeah, $1,000.
2053.
Why are mine out of order?
Last change, 2053,
Tavern wine,
Yeah.
wine store.
I vote to deny. I mean, it's not to the convenient to the public at this location, and I think it's good for a bar because you have no neighbors, but it's not on the way to anywhere.
Okay, denied.
2061.
Jesus.
Oh, this is one opposition from the town of Niles, which I don't understand this because it's sort of on a corner that's not really populated, if I remember correctly. Don't
I
understand the
think their
objection.
issue is that it's a bad intersection.
Yeah, but it's not a, well, whatever. They're not here, so denied.
20, what is it?
2061.
All right, denied.
2066 and 2067.
6,500.
6,500.
Accept.
I'll accept. I'm back on track. Go ahead.
2075.
Denied.
It was
Previous license was revoked. They failed because they failed to pay a $10,000 fine. The current applicant was the manager at the revoked premises. So theoretically, he owes us $10,000. Well, that's not why he's denied. He's denied because he was the manager at the revoked premises.
Package store removal.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. 2076.
This guy's removing his package store 44 miles. Closest stores are going to be 1.7 miles. We have one Protest Eastwood wine cellar. 2 of the 5 closest stores did not respond to us. The second closest is brand new.
Yeah, he's moving it from Utica to Syracuse, basically.
So he's abandoning Commissioner Ford, but I'll vote to approve.
Yeah, I'll approve that one, too.
2077.
I'm going to actually counter, this should be 9,000. That's 7,500 at a minimum. Because these sales were far enough apart. I'm going to counter at 7,500.
Counter at 7,500.
2079.
10,000 accept.
1,000 accept.
2080.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
2081.
We have this check.
Yeah, we got the check.
I'll grant the reconsideration and accept with a $1,000 fine.
$1,000 fine and recon.
2082.
Accept.
Accept, 2,500.
2083.
6,500.
Should this be, should it be, oh, 6,500, no. Sale to minor, this is.
It's only 6,500 because of the previous charge, failure to notify.
All right, 6,500.
2084.
5,000.
2084, 5,000.
2085.
2,500.
2,500.
2086.
12,000.
2086.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on 2087. I'm on the wrong one. What was 20, what's the charge?
Motion records and failure to comply with local regulation.
Fire extinguisher for local regulation.
Oh, that's the one I just threw out. 2,500.
2,500.
2087, let me guess.
12,000.
12,000.
2088.
1,000, accept.
1,000, accept.
2090.
Sustained charge 1, that $3,000.
3,000.
2092.
I'll accept the 15,000. I don't understand what's happening.
Wait. 2092?
Oh, what was about 20, what happened to 2091?
Coyote Bar and Grill. That was the one that you brought us today.
Oh, that's the one I don't.
I have two here, maybe somehow I got your copy, Secretary Donahue, I don't know.
No, I have it. I just put the wrong
There's
stat.
a lot of copies of that one floating around.
Oh.
Some of them right, some of them wrong.
Hey, 2091.
15,000, but why are we amending the license?
Because they have to,
Because what they filed as a restaurant,
yeah.
but generally we make them apply brand new, because it's licensed.
They have to do it, yeah, it's
I don't know why this is part of the offer.
yeah, so I'm not accepting the amending the license. I'm accepting the 15,000, they're gonna have to file to amend the license. And that should come to the board.
All right, so,
Yep.
I don't even know, does that mean we rejected it?
no, you've accepted it but lowered it.
No, I didn't lower it, it was 15,000. Oh, lowered it because I didn't amend I didn't lower it, I hired it.
There we go. Okay.
They wanted us to amend the license, I don't have the power to do that sua sponte.
No, but so you're taking that part off.
I'm counter-offering and saying we'll take 15,000, but we're not amending the license.
Counter offer.
Okay.
There's 15,000 just straight. All right.
They can amend it.
2092.
I'll accept.
7,500, accept.
2093.
Sustain 1, sustain 2, 7,500.
7,500.
2094.
Cancel and bond,
Cancel
accept.
bond.
Timing, they're expiring the end of the week.
Chairman, can we add, Council Rihanna request that we put a name stop, add a name stop to Marger Inc.?
Yes, name, stop, cancel and bond.
Yep.
2097.
4,000.
For refilling, 4,000.
2098.
Cancel for the record.
2098,
2098.
Oh, God darn it.
3,000.
$3,000.
2099.
Cancel and bond.
Yes, cancel and
Can't,
bond.
just cancel, because there's gonna be.
Cancel for the record, right?
2099, there's no bond?
No, we
Right, it
already,
should be, because we're claiming it for the other one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
2102.
withdraw charge 7, counter at 6,000.
6,000.
2103, 2105.
Cancel and bond accept.
Cancel and bond accept.
2106.
Accept.
4,500 accept.
2107.
Cancel and $1,000 penalty.
Cancel. $1,000.
2108 and 2110.
Counter at 8,000.
8,000 counter.
2109.
Accept.
Accept.
2111.
Accept. Why was this not extension of the premises?
Just the other one.
Undisclosed, unenclosed sidewalk cafe?
Didn't have a DCA permit cafe license.
Just a question, I wondered if...
He may have had it on his application, just didn't have the city permit.
Okay, I'll accept.
500 accept.
2112.
Withdraw charge 6, accept.
2,500 accept.
2113, 2114.
Accept.
2,500 accept.
2115.
Accept.
$21.15, 500 accept, yeah.
2116.
I'll accept. I question why we're hitting hotels, but it obviously,
Minor, prohibited,
but I'll accept.
6,500 accept.
2117, 2118.
Counter at 7,500.
7,500.
2119.
4,000.
Oh, second offense, yeah, 4,000.
2120.
Accept.
Accept.
2121.
Accept.
Accept.
2122.
I'll accept, but that's the second time in 3 years. That probably should have been higher, and we should have charged unauthorized source, which also would have been the second time in 3 years.
2122.
But I'll accept.
2122?
Yes.
Yes.
That's just books and records, that's only true.
Yeah, but if you read the memo,
It was missing records for some bottles of liquor.
Okay, all right, yep. But we're accepting 35 today, okay.
or is that, can you not prove that even without the invoices?
You know what, I mean, they should have the source. They couldn't prove the source of that liquor.
Then it's unauthorized, yeah. Okay,
2129.
dismiss 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6, revoke and bond with a prescription.
Cancel and bond.
No, revoke.
Revoke and bond.
2134.
Accept.
Accept.
2135.
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, withdraw 3, withdraw 4, dismiss 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, sustain 14, sustain 15, dismiss 16, sustain 17, sustain 18, dismiss 19, sustain 20. That is a revoke and bond with a prescription.
Where's this place at?
Very interesting
Store or a
place.
club?
It sounds like it's the neighborhood, whatever.
Good with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
2136.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2137.
4,500 due to past history, sustained charge 1.
2137, 4500, yes.
21, 40, 41, 42, 44, 45.
Accept, cancel, and bond.
Accept, cancel, and bond.
21, 43.
Dismiss.
No.
Charge not sustained.
But,
Is that the sale to minor?
yeah. So I had some problems with this, and I think I'm just going to do it myself. I should have talked to you guys about this beforehand.
I don't have it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
So there's a sale to a minor, the ALJ, and it's an undercover and it's not us. And the ALJ said that it's not the handling officer that participated in the underage operation. They were there, but they did not witness anything. But they were told by the arresting officer that the sale in fact occurred. And the ALJ dismissed because he believed that there wasn't any evidence of the underage person being underage. But there's an affidavit as an exhibit signed by the undercover that says he's underage.
Correct.
So I'm sustaining the charge, $10,000, based on that. There's clearly evidence in the record supporting that the undercover was underage.
10,000.
21, 46.
Accept.
Accept.
21, 47.
Cancel and bond with a name stop and location stop. Or does that change if I do that, does that change their offer?
Let's stop on the.
Their offer was just cancel and bond.
Because that's an administrative.
All right, so
direction.
then name stop, location stop, and accept the offer.
Because all you're saying is it's got to go to the full board. the
Okay.
application. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
21, 48.
Accept.
Accept, 2,500, yes.
21, 49.
Revoke with a prescription, revoke and bond with a prescription.
How long is a dad in Yemen?
Probably forever.
21.
Broken bond, yes.
2150.
Same thing, revoke and bond with a prescription.
Revoke it because we already took the bond on the other one.
Okay. Revoke for the record with a prescription.
2151.
Same place.
Yeah. I'll grant the reconsideration, accept the $9,000 check. And that's it.
Recon granted, 9,000, accepted.
2151B.
I'll grant the reconsideration and accept the check for $1,500.
1,500, recon accepted.
2151C. Now, I know that Counsel's office has proposed some more recent language. I'm just looking for my copy of it. There we go.
So the recent language, this is just amending an earlier advisory, and basically it's saying it's grandfathering in product that was purchased before October 1st. So any product, it's red line version for any product, it's paragraph 8, I'm sorry, which now reads, for any product purchased using bill and hold after October 1st, upon the passage of 18 months from the date of the placement of the order by the retailer is required to accept delivery of any and all product remaining in the possession of the wholesaler. Product put in bill and hold before October 1st, 2017 is not subject to the 18-month deadline. Is that?
Now, but there was a second, a later version
Oh, I didn't get the later version.
that added, took out the last part of the last sentence of the advisory.
Okay, so now it would read, in order to allow the industry to modify any current practices that are not consistent with the guidance offered by this advisory, the conditions set forth above shall only apply to alcoholic beverages being held in bill and hold as of October 2017. Correct? Is that the one that's confusing?
It is to me, but I'm an old grumpy man, so.
I don't agree to the change.
You don't?
Nope.
Why?
I think it's just getting confusing, and there should just be one thing going forward, one policy. That's my opinion.
Okay.
The confusion I had, just so you know, Chairman, was I thought the change would then say that 18-month rule would not apply to product bought before October 1st, but nothing about changing prices. And I wasn't sure what that other addition to the very last sentence did. So I was just confused about the intent of the changes.
The intent was to grandfather in cases that were already in bill and hold.
But grandfather.
For price and for,
And that's not what this did. This only grandfathered them for purposes of the 18-month rule, not for the price changes. At least that's how I took it.
well, he voted against it, so it's irrelevant.
Did you want to just disapprove it, or do you want to chat about it some more before the next meeting? I'm just tossing
See, now
that.
you got me thinking about it, too. I'm not quite sure about that.
Well, then, put it over.
Okay. All right, I have nothing else signed in, unless you have anything else, Chairman?
No, that's it.
Council, Deputy Commissioner? Okay, then we are adjourned.